What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We had an issue. We had a little bit of an issue with the live stream being dropped earlier, but nevertheless, I did want to continue on with the program. So, if you will, give me a moment while the TikTok platform begins to join in the show. So, we should have TikTok online at this point as well. Um, what we want to talk about today is, and I've taken a series of notes, kind of like we always do. We like to get the opinion from the folks, but one of the primary concerns I want to hear from you folks, and I guess the primary concern is we have an election in some 17 days or so. In your humble opinion, do you believe America will be all right? In other words, let's be clear. There are going to be folks who are not happy with the outcome of this election. I think that's a certainty that a large portion of America, tens of millions of Americans, are going to be not. Let's be real. Every election, there are Americans that are not happy with the outcome. But this time, it's probably going to be far more passionate in disagreeing with who we elect. And I'm talking about whether Trump or Kamala gets elected. The other side is really heavily invested in opposing the candidate that they don't want in there. So I'm asking a simple question. Do you think we're going to be all right if so many people are so upset that their candidate of choice did not win? Do you feel confident that we can have one party or another concede they lost and simply move on? Is this an election where you can expect one side to win, the other side to lose, and have kind of a virtual shaking of hands, and that is it? Do you believe we will be all right? That is the question I'm asking. Now, also, we had a host of things I want to talk about. Now, seeing the comments, you still talking about that loser Trump. Trump is not a loser. Big Cat. He hasn't lost anything yet. Well, he's lost previous elections, but he has not lost this one here. But what I want to also ask, in addition to, do you believe America will be all right at the end of this election? I also would like to ask, what are your biggest concerns? Like, if for instance, if you're at this will be undoubtedly asked to guess who come up and enter the box. What are your top three concerns if the candidate you are seeking loses? In other words, if you're voting for Trump and Kamala Harris ends up winning, what are your top three concerns about the direction of this country? And vice versa, If Trump ends up winning and you were in the camp for Kamala Harris, what are your top three concerns, biggest concerns in regards to the direction of America? And as a follow-up, I also would like to know the top three changes you believe are needed in this country. Let's say, for instance, that the candidate of choice that you favor indeed wins the election. What are the top three changes to what we're dealing with now? What would you like for them to do? That is what we are going to discuss. Let me make sure my Bluetooth is turned off on this. But as I stated before on the earlier live, we're going to be here right up until the very day. Because I know a hell of a lot of folks are frightened. Hopefully, with this small corner of social media, like I said, we always practice free speech. We believe that everyone should be able to speak. This is what we need. I would submit to you, this is what we need on a larger scale in this country. Because the current environment is one side hates the other, and that side hates the other just as much. We need to get away from that. We need to get to a point where we can speak on our differences and still remain civil with each other. So we'll see what happens. I see in the comments, Maria Gracia, you believe a civil war, civil unrest? Based on what though? Why would we have what could lead to that? What would cause that civil unrest? I would appreciate if you would apologize for the BLM uh, donut killer. I'm not, well, in regards to the BLM riots, I'll tell you this, and I've been to, just like I often state, I've been to a couple Trump rallies. I've also been to some BLM gatherings. I will submit to you this: every city in America that has a population of at least 50,000 or more has had at least one Black Lives Matter gathering, one Black Lives Matter protest. Over 95% of these things are peaceful. Now, make no mistake about it, nobody's going to cover a peaceful Black Lives Matter gathering. It's boring. The one I went to, the chief of police was there and he was promising to ban chokeholds and make sure, what do you call it, the body cams were on. Even took a knee with the participants. Now, the Black Lives Matter gathering I was at was fairly diverse. So it wasn't just all blacks or anything. It was a fairly diverse crowd. And there was no rioting or looting. Nobody collected any money. Nobody talked about fascism. At the end of the day, the purpose of that is to demonize that movement. I don't think there's any movement in U.S. history that was for the promotion of civil rights that people viewed favorably. We now talk about how Martin Luther King protested the right way and he did things the right way. He didn't riot. When he was alive, they were treating him just like they treat Black Lives Matter today. Everything he was doing was wrong. So I hear your point, but I mean, it is what it is. Continuing on with the program, talking about Diddy. What do you want? Well, just like with Trump, I often say on some of his cases, I often say that Trump is not guilty until proven innocent. So is Diddy. Diddy is entitled to his day in court, even though it looks bad. Why would someone in a position of power, wait a minute, why would want someone in a position of power who hates God? I'm assuming I'm assuming you mean why would you want somebody in a position of power who hates God? Well, first of all, the first question I would ask is who hates God and what is your statement based on? Elaborate on which person hates God and what leads you to believe that they hate the deity. I'd like to know your answer. You can elaborate on it. You know how we run. We don't block, ban, or censor. You know how the program is ran. Uh, Three things. Now, this should be interesting. Bringing down greed and inflation. Vice President Harris has a national law ready to put a halt to price gouging from corporations. Number two, housing costs. All right. Vice President Harris has a plan to give first-time home buyers, and number three didn't come across, but I'll tackle the first two. Number one, she has a national law ready to put in place to halt price gouging. That's going to be challenging. I mean, if I'm selling boxes of cereal for $1 more than they actually should cost, what is she? I mean, like, how is this law worded so you can control that? I'd be curious. I mean, that law would have to be very detailed because there's a million different excuses you can come up for why you're price gouging. I can't, yeah, I'd have to figure out how she's going to do that. I applaud anyone that's going to try to get outrageous pricing under control, but I'd be curious to see how she would pull that off. Real quick before I continue on, for my TikTok viewers, let me know if the live stream is operating okay, because it looks like for some reason when I do it away from the studio, the numbers are way higher. Let me know if everything's flowing smoothly. And I'll continue. I'll go straight to the box. And who said I'd love to talk to you? Brandon Parks, come in the box. We can make that happen right away. Brandon Parks. Let me know if the program everybody says is good. I'll go to my first guest and see what happens. Brandon Parks, you asked. I delivered. Good evening, Brandon. Brandon, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. Good, thanks.
What brought you up? What am I getting wrong?
Well, I've just been perusing on the lives, just seeing what's going on, man.
Okay.
And I came across yours, and I was listening to you talk.
Okay, good.
And
Appreciate
I was
it.
just curious to pick your brain, man.
Sure, let's make it go. Let's make a go of it. What you got?
All right. So first, I just want to know. I mean, it looks like who are you voting for this? Oh, liberal. I see the handsome liberal.
The handsome liberal. But let me be clear about something. Even though
Yes,
the name,
sir.
I tend to be fairly moderate on a lot of political issues, and I'm not a big fan of Kamala. However, there's one policy in particular that Trump is promising that kind of scares the hell out of me. That's kind of forcing me to go to Kamala Harris.
Let me hear it.
Okay, I will actually, as opposed to me stating it to you, because it's only about 30.
Let me just rephrase this really quick.
Sure.
I'm voting for Kamala.
Okay.
I want you to know.
Fair enough. Fair. And it wouldn't mind if you. I don't mind if you're voting on the other side or not. It doesn't matter. We take all.
No. I'm just letting you know straight up.
Okay. But this, you asked to hear it. Here you go.
Right.
We're going to rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
I can't live with that. That scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah.
I'm not for that either, man.
Yeah.
I'm a white guy, just saying.
Okay.
So this is coming from a white guy's perspective. Now,
fair enough.
Right. I have encountered in my lifetime as a white guy, coming from this place of privilege, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about being like this bullshit white privilege that a lot of people get butthurt about or whatever, you know. I'm talking about my family had a name in the town I grew up in. Right?
Okay.
So I saw the effects that can have. I got pulled over with 3 loaded guns. Okay? Right. I wasn't driving, but I was in the car. I was underage. I had another underage person in there. We had another underage person there, and then my cousin who was of age. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We get pulled over by the cops. And at first, they were like, hey. But as soon as we said a name, guns were down. We were treated like just normal people. And I guarantee you that not anywhere in this country will you find an African-American person who gets to go out and say, oh, no, my family is this.
I'd push back on it. If you're in Chicago, where there's a lot of black police officers in power, I mean, but how about this? Well, any major city, Detroit or Philadelphia, right. There's going to be a lot of.
If you got some names in the police force and stuff like that, I could see that.
But Jeff Furman on YouTube says, and this is a quote: "Only a fucking criminal can't live with this." How do you respond to that? You know, in regards to police having immunity, only a fucking criminal, and this is a quote, only a fucking criminal. He said that only a fucking criminal would have a problem with cops having immunity from prosecution.
That's insane.
I tend to agree, but I just wanted to read the quote because I'm looking like, wow.
No, I'm with you, man. I think a lot of people need to hear things like this and understand where the fuck people like us are coming from.
Yeah.
Which I understand you have your grievances with Kamala and whatever it may be. That's fine. And that's perfectly American to be able to have issues with somebody but still agree with stuff, because I mean, a lot of people, I'm trying to like talk over myself. So a lot of things I see are people commenting on her policies, right?
Well, she really don't have a lot other than tie votes in the Senate. Right. She really don't. I mean, she's talking things. You know, we say how she spoke on immigration, or you know, her saying she wouldn't have changed anything from the Biden administration. But fact is, she doesn't have any policies. There's nothing in her past to point to and say, see, she did this or that. She hasn't really been in a position of power other than the Senate.
But here's the cool thing. She now has her entire policy plan on her website.
Yeah.
It's all up there.
Yeah.
So I read through it, and I agree with a lot of it. So, well, for one, I'm a younger person. I'm 28. I have purchased a house, but my wife has not. I didn't have her as a claimant on the house or a co-signer or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Kamala's willing to do this is one of her policies, just one.
The $25,000.
Yeah, the 20% tax cut. Or $20,000. Exactly. Yeah, $20,000 tax cut on first-time buyers of homes. I think that's great. It's going to help my family out. I have 2 kids. I think that's a wonderful thing. I think another thing that has been this huge talking point for conservatives has been the border crisis, which I think I agree with. It is a crisis.
Would you rather Kamala Harris be, if you were voting solely on getting the border under control, getting the border secure, would you prefer Kamala Harris over Trump?
Yes.
Why?
And here's why. So recently, very recently, within the past couple months, Democrats have tried to pass a bipartisan bill that Republicans did support. Actually, this was at the end of Trump's presidency. Pardon me. And he was he blocked it. He didn't block it, but he told the Republicans not to vote for it so he could run his re-election.
Yeah, but that's the one that just took place earlier this year, right? In around January, the border bill they came up with, and they were okay with it. Yeah, but people are going to ask, why the hell did he wait so long? You're 3 years into your term. Why did you wait till now?
Right. No, I that's a good grievance. That's to take up with Biden. I don't think it has anything to do with Kamala.
Well, the problem is Kamala Harris is on record making jokes like, I haven't been to the border, I haven't been to Europe either. She was really apparently not taking it seriously for quite a while.
Oh, I mean, I'm not well versed on that, so I have to take your word.
All right, fair enough.
She may have been, but I know now the facts, and the facts are that over 100 Republicans voted no because Trump said so, and it was a bipartisan bill that they had all agreed upon beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he's willing to sabotage our country for his re-election bothers me to a point that makes me infuriated. You know what I'm saying? Like, no person should value their own personal gain when they're in that position over the country that they're running for.
So you believe that Trump is putting his own personal benefit or himself over the country itself?
Absolutely.
Wow.
So in every aspect.
So how do you explain tens of millions of folks being diehard supporters of him?
I believe that they were in a low point, and the Republicans' game has always been fear-mongering, because that's the only way they can get people to vote for them. And they fear-mongered, whatever a specific belief, like Christians, they fear-monger abortion. They don't give a shit. Pardon my French.
Well, I don't know if I would say that. I think the evangelical base that supports Trump believes in protecting the sanctity of life. So, yeah, I believe they do mean what they say.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying they have been tricked into believing that he does.
Oh, something I don't know, because Trump is on record saying I'm not a Christian, saying I never asked God for forgiveness. I think they view Trump as, okay, maybe he's not necessarily one of us, but he's doing far more for us than anybody claiming to be one of us. I mean, Biden goes to church all the time, but Trump is giving the evangelicals something they've been wanting for 50 years.
Oh, I agree that he has, but I don't think that. So, in my opinion, the church's opinion has no space at all in the country's decision on how to run matters.
Separation of church and state.
Specific thing called exactly.
I don't know if you're going to get, something. I think that they gave that lip service. I think from day one when they said separation of church and state, I don't think they ever genuinely meant that.
Well, I hope that they did, because the whole point of getting away from over there was be able to be a Protestant. The reason it's called Protestant is because there were protest. I went to a Christian school growing up, and I learned about like the Lutheran stuff and that. So the Lutheran Church is pretty much the beginning of modern day American churches. The Lutheran Church started with the 91 Thesis or the 93 Thesis. I can't exactly remember. It's been a long time. But Martin Luther, which is, I mean, it's crazy, the comparisons in these people's names that have made great changes to this world. It's like Martin Luther went out there and was like, hey, the Catholic Church will not let its citizens, because there was no separation of church and state. It was all Roman rule.
I think there's I don't want to go too far down the religious path, but I think that a large portion of America does not want us to stray away from that. I got to move it on. I'll give you the last word to go ahead and clear it up, but I do have to move it on. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, my whole point to this is I just want to educate people to make the right choice, because I believe that, man, Trump is just not it. He is not what this country needs. He's divisive. He has very, oh my gosh, volatile, quote unquote, policies that I don't even think should be considered policies. And yeah, Kamala 2024, bro.
All right, Brandon. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Appreciate you giving me the time, man.
Anytime, man. Come on back through. All right, moving on with the program. Face palm says ain't gonna fade. Why would you say? Now, my last guest, he has his opinion. Just like I always say, we don't block, ban, or censor. We get folks on the right. I mean, that's his opinion. And by the way, it should be noted that the overwhelming majority of Republicans that served under Trump in his administration say the same thing my last guest does, that Trump is a danger and should not ever be president again. Most of the folks that serve with Trump in his administration are saying the exact same thing. So that would lead to a huge, why do you think that is? Why do so many folks that served as Trump's VP and a hell of a lot of his other staff members, why are they suggesting that he would be a bad choice for president? So I want to ask you that, because that's certainly what's happening. In comments says that because they got fired. Well, Vice President Pence did not get fired. Attorney General Barr didn't get fired. There's a whole bunch of them that doesn't cover anywhere. I mean, no, they did not all get fired. I understand your point, but that's not true. And I would assume that there were folks who got fired under the Obama's administration or under Bush, and they're not on TV making commercials saying don't hire the guy again. I don't know. It has to be more to it than that. He didn't fire his whole damn administration. The fact that there's very few people who served under him that believe he should serve a second term speaks volumes. He didn't fire everybody. That's an interesting point. Pence almost got strung up, says Mike. Yeah, they wanted Mike Pence to hang around for a little bit. Obama's brother is voting for Trump. Fair enough. And I believe Trump has some family members that are voting for Kamala. Tim Walz has some family members that are voting for Trump. I don't know the relevance of that, but there are family members. Trump has family members that are not voting for him. So I don't know what the relevance of that is. Before we continue on with the next guest, we're asking that question. Do you believe America will be all right? I mean, we're going to be voting, officially this will be done in some 17 days or so. I mean, we're getting down to the wire. I mean, this election is pretty much right up on us. But what I want to ask you folks is, regardless, I'm trying to screw around with this device. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. I may have to end up resetting it. YouTube seems to be fine, but I don't know what's going on with TikTok. But what I'm asking is this: regardless of who gets elected, do you believe this country will be all right? Because no matter which one of these candidates win, there's a whole lot of unhappy people that are going to follow. There's a whole lot of people that believe Kamala Harris is going to destroy the country, and many are saying the same thing about former President Trump. So I want to discuss the top 3 concerns you may have if your candidate of choice does not win, and the top 3 changes you think this country needs to make immediately if your candidate of choice does win. Going to the box, and thank you for some of you folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. That might help, but I don't know what's going on with TikTok. We were on earlier. We had the typical numbers 5 to 700 or so, or 1,000 folks. Now it's down under 100. I don't know what's going on. We didn't make any changes. So I would ask that you tap the screen. That may help. Faceless American. Good afternoon. We should really talk about that Arnold Palmer thing. What about Arnold Palmer there, Lindsay Lefter? Faceless, good evening.
How's it going, man?
Going good.
Time no see.
Hey, what the heck you back on? So you think we're going to be all right behind this, man?
I don't, honestly, I just can't find anything that I like about Kamala. I saw, she passed 100 or tried to put through 100 and some, 150, 140 bills. Didn't get any of them passed. There's too many questions about when she was the attorney general as far as, the being fired or being, quitting or getting fired. And, and I don't even want to get into that part of it because everybody's got skeletons in their closet.
True.
But the biggest thing that I'm seeing is people, I don't doubt for a second that the people on the left aren't passionate about the way they feel, and they feel that it's going to be what's best for the country.
Right.
Just like the people on the right.
Right.
But what I do see is a lot of, and as I was watching, and I see people down there writing, Trump is the basically the reincarnation of Mustache Man, and this and that, and blah blah blah. But to be honest, I was leaning more towards Kennedy. And Kennedy signed on with Trump.
Well, in my opinion, once Kennedy signed on with Trump, it should have made folks question the credibility of Kennedy. Because when you listen to what he is promoting, you're not going to get that from the Trump campaign. He's talking about making sure, maybe some of the foods that children consume do not have harmful chemicals and things like that. Trump is for less government regulation. The only way you're going to get what Kennedy wants is for more government regulation. You're going to need government to regulate, maybe what goes into kids' foods and cereals and things like that. Trump is on the other side of that issue. So I don't get, Trump, even though many of his supporters are anti-vaxxers, he's going around saying, take it, it works. So I don't see what him and Kennedy have in common other than, I guess they're just teaming up against Kamala.
No, I think there's going to be a certain amount that Kennedy will be able to get done in a Trump administration. I also like the fact that Elon is stepping in, because our bureaucracies, the offices are too many. And anybody who studied history knows what happened to Rome. They had a huge influx of people coming into their cities and their country. Mm-hmm. Plus, they employed more bureaucrats, more people in government positions than they had in the civilian part. So that's what basically led to the downfall of Rome.
Well, I guess this isn't normally a kind of conversation that I would bring race into, but
a historical comparison. It's making a historical comparison.
Yeah, I get it. But I'm going to interject and say this normally isn't the kind of conversation I bring race into, but being, myself personally, when you start talking about shrinking big government, the history in America, there is no favorable history to people of color from a small government standpoint. The only way to convince a person of color that it's favorable to go from big government to small government is to somehow get them to ignore history. Because there is nothing good. We were a small government country in this nation for most of its history. We only became big government probably in the last 70 or so years. It's been horrible for people of color. So you have to say, well, let's go back to that and let's erase everything you know about when it was like that and hope for the best. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and nobody wants to repeat the history.
Yeah.
regardless of the everything's going on, I think that we've made some massive improvements and advancements as far as the way we get along with each other. But there's still that division, and most of it's politically pushed.
Yeah, but there's division. I agree with you. I also agree it's politically pushed. But the only thing stopping it from becoming a reality is generally big government. If everything was left up to individual states and individual governments to do whatever they want, I think a lot of that division that's being pushed would become reality.
Well, I don't know. It just, at this point, it's, you kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. At this juncture, what are our real options? You look at it. We're out of control with the financial spending. Pretty soon, we're going to be using wheelbarrows to haul down for a loaf of money for a loaf of bread.
Yikes!
And I know that's a little extreme, but it kind of pushes the point. There is a lot of fat that could be trimmed out of the government that wouldn't affect people. I mean, we don't need an office of understanding how mosquitoes breed. Yeah. We don't need to give hundreds of millions of dollars to find out if rats can dance, or if they're trainable to carry luggage for people at the airport. We don't need. I
don't think we need to make such a big stink over things like drag queen shows, or making it sound like there are biologically born males trying to play for female teams all over the place. When you talk about issues that they're focusing on that are happening virtually nowhere, I'd say well over 99.9% of American schools do not feature a single biological male trying to play girl sports. This is an issue that is essentially being blown up when virtually nobody is dealing with it. So I agree with you about mosquitoes and things like that, but there's people going to waste money chasing that down. Just like with the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. People are spending money trying to track that stuff down. That stuff ain't happening.
Well, I mean, Haitians do eat cats, but whether they're doing it here or not, who knows?
Yeah, but when you say they eat cats, but whether they're doing it here or not, who knows? Well, then if nobody knows, why would you go on TV and say that to 60+ million people?
I guess maybe because people were saying that they were.
People are saying that he is Hitler. He didn't go on TV and say that.
I suppose I can go hang out in Springfield and throw on the ghillie suit and the thermals and hide out in bushes and watch for it. Maybe set a couple cats out and
Well, and by the way, you mentioned cats. He said dogs and geese as well. This is what I keep bringing up. How about at least getting some evidence of this stuff? I mean, if you're just going to go on what quote unquote people are saying, there is nothing going on that people probably are out there saying somewhere, somehow, that people are swallowing smartphones. I mean, people say any damn thing. You don't just go on TV and repeat that.
Somebody will try to have a live with their smartphone, and they'll swallow it just to get,
right.
News.
So,
there are some things that, people from different cultures come in, and there's going to be kind of a what the hell kind of moment when they come in, and there's cultural differences. Like I lived in Wausau, Wisconsin, and suddenly there was a huge influx of Hmong, and the Hmong would go down to the park, and they would catch the ducks. They would sit out there, and there used to be just hundreds of ducks. People go and feed them, and they love these stupid ducks. And then all of a sudden, ducks are disappearing, and people couldn't figure it out. And people started catching them, and they'd hide in the bushes and throw bread. And when the duck would come up, they'd throw it in the gunny sack and snap its neck. So they were catching the ducks. There are situations, but I personally, I'm not a cat person, so either way it goes, I don't care.
Well, but I get you don't care. But what I'm saying is the president goes on television and says this is 60 some odd million people. Why isn't he at least savvy enough to go verify this? After saying something as controversial as that, well, people were saying it is not. Wait. Coming back and saying, well, people were saying it. That ain't a strong enough answer. You didn't check this out. You just went when people were saying. That's all it took.
Well, I used to say that I was a firm believer he should have his thumbs duct taped to the palms of his hands so he couldn't Twitter anymore. But now he doesn't Twitter so much, or X, I guess it is, but he does still have that impulse. He definitely has no ability to keep the inner monologue inner. It comes out. He just pops out whatever he thinks, and that's kind of disturbing.
Are you concerned if he becomes president? What if people are saying that some country is going to bomb us and he just reacts on it? I mean, if he's willing to go and do very wild things with no evidence at all, what road might this take us down?
Well, see, I think that his previous administration, I mean, you look at we use his nickname, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man, when he was testing all those missiles, and he didn't overreact on that. He actually calmed it down. It came down.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about Haitian migrants or eating cats and dogs back then. He's saying a lot more controversial things now than he used to back then. He wasn't, we thought the tweeting was bad. Now he's going on TV and saying it in the middle of a debate.
That's a little disconcerting.
Yeah, he stepped it up a little bit.
I guess, let me ask you this. Do you think it's beneficial for either side when you hear one side say things like he called for a bloodbath if he doesn't win the election? Or things of that nature, when in fact what he was talking about was the auto industry. Yeah. He said if the auto industry it's going to be a bloodbath for the auto industry. But because the news only said it's going to be a bloodbath, they showed that section of the clip and then went into, the political side of it. People automatically associated. So now you got people on the left who are like, oh, he's going to call if he doesn't win. It's going to be like, whatever. Yeah, it's just huge. But it happens on both sides.
Yeah, I was going to say, now I did see that speech, and you are correct. He was talking about the auto industry. Just like when he said, I'm going to build the wall and Mexico's going to pay for it, he was really talking about controlling the trade imbalance with Mexico and using the money to pay for the wall. He was never talking about Mexico's going to give a check. They were taking him out of context. However, defund the police is the same way. When they were talking about defunding the police, they meant instead of using money that goes to the police department to allow them to buy army surplus, we're going to use money to teach them things like de-escalation and dealing with folks who are mentally ill. And the right turned it into, they're going to take all the money away from police. So I agree with what you're saying about the bloodbath comment, but you also are correct. It happens on both sides. I mean, when Obama talked to Joe the plumber and said sometimes you got to spread the wealth around, they turned him into a full-blown socialist and said he was going to turn us into socialist Greece, because Greece was a failed country. Now it's Venezuela. But they said he was going to turn us into socialist Greece. That wasn't true. So I do agree with you that both sides can go insanely out of proportion.
Yeah, and it's sad because, and I think I've said this to you before, we all want the same things, man. We all want to love who we want to love, do what we want to do, be who we want to be. I don't really get into the whole, shaking your ass in the middle of the street or whether it's heterosexual or anything else. I don't. I don't want to see it. I don't want my kids to see it or my grandkids to see it. I don't think it's appropriate. Parades, fine, mark all you want, have a parade, throw candy. Hell, I'd go. I'll go with my cousin. But there's certain things that, one side
yeah, and I mean,
and the other side defended, and there's never any happy medium. And just about the time we think we're going to find a happy medium somewhere and things calm down, it's like somebody goes, things have kind of calmed down a little bit. It's not as much grrr. Yeah. What can we do let's poke the bears.
So then let me ask you, how do you feel about the fact that Republicans are now forcing Christianity upon children? In Oklahoma, they now have to read the Bible in all schools as part of the curriculum. Doesn't matter what religion you are, you got to read the Bible.
As a Christian, I hear a lot of people, going on about Trump not going to church or whatever, and that's fine. I don't go to church very often, but I also believe that, church is just a building. Mm-hmm. We are the temple. We are connected to God individually. I don't push my faith on anyone, and I don't think anyone should, especially the government. Now, if they were offering it up as far as, okay, well, we're going to study Christianity, we're going to study, the Muslim faith, we're going to study, and work their way through it, or even as a historical evolution being part of, but cover each so that everybody. But
so you do believe the right is going too far with this then?
I think to a degree. Yeah. I think if they, I don't think a child should be punished for praying over their meal. And that's happened once or twice. People have, schools have overreacted. I don't think that, if a child draws a picture of his hero and his hero is Christ, that the child should be reprimanded or, their picture not be put up with the rest of the kids. It's just, I don't think that, but to sit down and say that you're going to study, chapter and verse, and we're going to quiz you on it, and you're going to get a grade on it. I think it should be offered up as, a history class.
Right. It should be optional.
If you study religion, if you study religion, and you look at each religion in the evolution of like written doctrine and how it's progressed, you can really understand people a hell of a lot better.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, because you mentioned early in the program that you weren't favorable to Kamala Harris. You might be the understanding why some folks might not be favorable to Republicans. Certainly not if they're pushing religion. I mean, it's happening in a few states. I mean, I believe Texas and Louisiana now forcing children to stare at the Ten Commandments and putting it in prominent places in the schools. So it does seem like the right is, because we talk about the left trying to force LGBT issues on you. They haven't went this far. So it does seem like the right is trying to force Christianity on our kids.
And I don't agree with that. I don't force it on my kids. I don't even force my sports teams on my kids. They pick their own, I leave it up to them. Just like politics, when they first started getting old enough to vote, they would ask me who I was voting for. I would tell them it's my vote, it's my choice. You come back, listen to what they're saying, listen to what they're talking about, read into it, find out about each one, and then you come back and we'll talk about it. I never pushed my political side or views, which might bounce back around. I voted for Obama. So, I consider myself an American, not a Democrat or Republican, conservative, or
right.
Obviously I lean more conservative value, but I think that, deep down, both sides want everybody to be happy. We just can't come to that happy medium. We just can't get there.
I don't disagree with that. I do got to move it on. Appreciate it, though. Appreciate you coming in. But I do agree that the happy medium seems to keep moving further and further away from where we are now. So 17 days, I believe.
The goalposts definitely jump around way too far.
Yeah.
But as always, man, it was a pleasure. And, I'll bump into you again.
Always welcome. Thank you. And we will move the program on. I do want to play a clip, as always, because of what we were discussing. I saw a lot of folks suggesting that, or better yet, stating that it is misinformation to suggest Christianity, because I said that Christianity is being forced upon children, and several folks in the comment section said that is misinformation. Nobody is being forced to basically to deal with Christianity at all. It's misinformation.
Turn now to Oklahoma tonight and the new ruling involving the Bible in public schools. That state now mandating teaching the Bible in schools effective immediately, calling it an indispensable historical and cultural touchstone. Here's Matt Rivers tonight.
Tonight, the top education official in Oklahoma directing all schools across the state to incorporate the Bible and the Ten Commandments into the curriculum. The new requirement for grades 5 through 12, effective immediately.
Every teacher, every classroom in the state will have a Bible in the classroom and will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom.
Oklahoma's Superintendent Ryan Walters calling the Bible a necessary historical document to teach our kids about the history of this country. The move coming just days after Louisiana became the first state to require all public school classrooms to display the Ten Commandments. Texas and Utah weighing similar laws. Civil liberties groups are already suing Louisiana, arguing its new law is unconstitutional and violates the separation of church and state.
Now, for folks who stated that what I was saying was misinformation, Okay, this is David Muir on ABC. Whatever your mindset is of this evening with ABC or this show. How is it misinformation? Clearly, the children in these schools don't have a choice. Doesn't matter what religion they are. They are going to learn Christianity. Now, my guess is if a school tried to do this exact same policy with the Muslim religion or Jehovah's Witness or Buddhism, there would be a huge uproar in this country. Now, we're complaining about biologically born males playing sports for girls' teams. That's rarely happening. They're doing this in an entire series of states. Several states. I mean, what did they say? Utah, Missouri, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. I mean, several states are doing this. This is clearly forcing one religion on kids. I mean, I don't think at this point it is in dispute. The only way we would refer to what I just stated about forcing Christianity on children as misinformation is because we want to keep this secret. We don't want people to know this because it might affect the way they vote. So let's just say it's misinformation so nobody will believe it. But I do believe this report makes it clear as day that they are forcing children to indulge in Christianity and not giving them an option. I mean, literally, he said it. Now, I didn't even know it was this far, by the way. I had covered this on a previous live, but this one goes even further. I didn't know the teachers are going to be in there giving lessons right out of the damn Bible. Like literally right out of the Bible. Not forcing Christianity at all. Knowing damn well we would go ape shit if a teacher was doing this with the Quran in an American school. Even if it was in a liberal state, the right would be going crazy. Even if a city like Chicago, completely liberal city, was forcing all the children to read out of the Quran, you would have folks in Alabama willing to get in their cars and go up there and handle that. So the idea that they're not forcing Christianity on them is crazy. Anyhow, looking in the comments, they won't agree to a peaceful election. I don't quite get what you're saying there. CNF, you says grades 5. You said grades 5 through 12. Well, how young do you have to be before you can read? I mean, obviously they're not going to do this to a first grader. The kid can't read yet. You got to get a kid a time. You got to give the kid a chance so they can read. That's why it's not happening until they get to grade 5. How old are you in grade 5? How old are fifth graders? 11, 10? I mean, they're still pretty damn young. So yeah, you gotta let the kid. You can't go quoting from the Bible and telling a kindergartner will turn the chapter. They don't know how to read yet. That's why it's not happening that early. 10 and 11 is what CNF is saying. Yeah, the Democrats won't agree to the election. They didn't the first time. You think the Republicans did? Looking in the comments, the phrase separation of church and state does not appear in the Constitution, but the concept is enshrined in the First Amendment. Well, they didn't mean it, in my opinion. They never meant it. They never meant separation of church and state. You got people in 2024 that often says this is a Christian-based country when they're talking about laws. They never meant separation of church and state. What do I say on all of my programs? There are 3 phrases that people often say, in my opinion, that quote unquote means well. They don't actually mean it. Like I always say, if you're grieving and you're walking out of a funeral or some type of event, maybe a close friend walks up to you, you're grieving the loss of a loved one. Close friend walks up to you, look, I'm sorry for your loss. If you need anything, call me. Something you hear often. They don't actually want you to call them. It's just a phrase during your time of grief. Well, America has 3 of those type of phrases. They didn't actually mean them, but it sounds good. Bring us your tired, your weary, your poor. All men are created equal. Separation of church and state. They never meant either one of those. Those phrases were just like, call me if you need something. Because in every case, when someone challenged one of those phrases, they were met with a hell of a lot of resistance. Separation of church and state, Bring us your tired, your weary, your poor. All men are created equal. We know all men are created equal. I mean, you're talking about the Declaration of Independence. How long did it take in this country, looking back at the Declaration of Independence in the late 1700s, how long did it take before all men were considered equal in this country? I can tell you one thing, the people who wrote all men are created equal, they were all long dead by then. So clearly they didn't mean it. In regards to bring us your tired, your weary, your poor, America's been resistive to every group of immigrants to come here. Polish, Chinese, Japanese, Jews. They didn't want the Jews here after the Holocaust. Every group that has come here, we have been resistant to. So we never meant that whole bring us your... And when they came here legally, we were resistant to them. All of this, well, I don't mind you coming here, just come here legally. Bullshit. The Haitian migrants are here legally, and Trump has already promised to kick them out. We have been resistant to every group of immigrants to come to this country. And I'll submit to you what I always say is because we know that our original founding fathers were the worst group of immigrants to ever come here. Out of every group that has ever come to this country as an immigrant, the original colonizers, which is essentially us, we were the worst immigrants to come here. Everything we fear or are concerned that immigrants might do to this country, poison in the blood, rapists and murderers, eating the wrong animals, all of that shit. That's what we did when we came here, destroying the land. Everything that we suggest that an immigrant might do when they come here, that's what we did. So it does kind of fit under the category of takes one to know one. So we are fearful, we are hesitant to let people in the country because we know what we did when we came here. And I see folks are saying, who are we? Yes, it wasn't people of color. We didn't have much of a choice, but you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about the original American ancestors. When they came to this country as immigrants, they did everything that we accuse immigrants. They came here, took over, spread their culture around, poisoned the blood of the country, vermin, all of the synonyms you're hearing from Trump. The original colonizers were a closer synonym to that stuff than any other group of immigrants that have come here. So it should make sense that we are hesitant to let other people in. No different than a guy who burglarizes homes probably has a lot of security at his place because he expects people to want to burglarize him. Well, we know what we did as immigrants, so we expect folks to want to come here and do that to us. But yeah, those three phrases, bring us your tired, your weary, your poor, all men are created equal, in separation of church and state, they never meant any of those. Looking at the comments real quick, want to address thank you, Roberto Gutierrez. Appreciate the support. Thank you. The government has no right to tell you what religion you are to be. Federal government has no rights to pass laws on religion. It's a bad one, in my humble opinion. It's a bad one to have all the public schools doing that. That's about as close as you can get to forcing. Remember all of the things that are being, whether it was CRT in schools, whether it was transgender or LGBT issues in school. Remember the phrase you often hear, shoving down their throats? Notice you don't hear the right using that term with this. They are literally shoving Christianity down the children's throats. All of a sudden, once something was happening that the right favored, the complaint stopped. But they are clearly shoving Christianity down their throats. They favor it, so they're not going to say anything about it. But that's certainly happening here. If you look it up, they are using verses that was used through history. I don't know where you're getting at with that, Linda Martinez, Linda Lou. You said if you look it up, they're using verses. I don't know what the relevance of that is. Now, ain't gonna fake gamers since states decide. Well, like I was telling my last guest, I'm hesitant just simply due to American history about going back to states' rights. Maybe, as my last guest pointed out, we tend to all get along a lot better than we did back then. Fair enough, but there is let me just say it this way: the resume of states' rights would lead me to never want to hire that again. The resume is horrible. The only way you should be able to sell states' rights, at least to a person of color, is to get them to forgive, or not forgive, but forget, to forget history. There's like nothing good in states' rights, in the history of states' rights for people of color. You just have to assume that if it comes back, it's going to be something else totally different that benefits you. You can't use any of the history of what happened when we used to have a states' rights country. You got to throw all of that out to make it work. That should tell you a lot. Looking at the comments real quick, all these false religious people, man, there's always that. Look at the Bible description for Oklahoma schools. It's the Trump Bible. Yeah, that's another thing that people have been pointing out, that they got this description of what type of Bibles they have to use, and it has to have a constitution in it, and the parameters they set up make it so that it's likely to be the Trump Bible. That's a whole different level of corruption in itself, but just the idea of you're going to force children to read the Bible regardless of their religion, to me, speaks volumes. I don't know, other than, like I said, other than the right is okay with religion being shoved down kids' throats, I don't know why the right isn't going in uproar about that. Because as I stated, if we know damn well that if a school, even in a liberal area, tried to force children to read the Quran, they would have a huge problem about it. I mean, even when you think about the things that the right is complaining about, CRT in schools, LGBT issues in schools, biological males playing for girls, that ain't happening nowhere in the right-wing part of this country. That's just happening in liberal land, and they bitching about it. So, yeah, so even if you had children being forced to read the Quran, you'd have folks in right-wing parts of this country bitching about that have no chance of it happening in their own backyard. They would still be going upset about it. So, yeah, this one is wrong to me. That one is really wrong that they're doing that. Looking in the comments, they took God out of schools, and that was a mistake, says they. Here's the problem with it. When they had God in schools works in communities where everybody believes in God. It doesn't work in communities that are diverse. This is why I've often suggested that it is far easier to be a conservative or a Republican politician than it is to be a liberal one. Because liberal politicians are focused on the wishes of feminists, the wishes of people of color, Hispanics, Muslims. You got folks right now protesting the war in Palestine. So they got to, kind of word their shit so it addresses what's going on over there. Man, you name it, police issue, police misconduct. If you're a Democratic politician, you got to address all of that shit. Literally all of that stuff you have to address. When Biden was not addressing the issue with the Hamas in Israel, he was starting to lose votes. People were starting to vote no contest because he was not addressing their issue. If you're a Republican issue, your job is 100 times better. For the most part, figure out what is concerning straight, white, Christian males, and that's really all you got to worry about. They don't give a damn about those other groups. They don't care what everything they're protesting is wrong. They don't give a damn about what those other groups think. So for a conservative, it's a lot easier to be a politician. You just really got to address one group. And I will tell you this, because obviously there are more, not you're probably straight, but if you are a Republican and you're not a white Christian male, you probably are not going to come to the party making waves. Like Tim Scott. Tim Scott is not going to push against anything that's in place already. So yeah, you can be a person of color as a Republican because you're going to, for the most part, go alone. You're not going to push back. Whereas in the Democratic Party, there are people pushing back in all sorts of areas. That doesn't happen in the Republican Party. As I said, as long as you follow the concerns of straight white Christian males, you're kind of good to go as a Republican. That ain't gonna work in the Liberal Party. You can't follow any one group because everybody wants a say at the table. A lot more folks in the Democratic Party that have a say at the table than on the right. But the country is overwhelmingly majority white. So they're following the largest group, and that might be all that's necessary to win. Looking in the comments real quick, ask the 10 Commandments how many Republicans follow that. I get the comedy there. Mundo Mingo, good evening. Welcome to the program, Mondo. Good evening.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much at all, just hanging out. So what do you think? What am I getting wrong on this? Christianity in schools, do you favor that?
I don't know. I'm MAGA. I mean, not MAGA. MAMA. So I want to make America Mexico again.
You want to make, well, first of all of America never was Mexico, just some of it. But why do you want to make America Mexico?
Well, I want to bring my people home. You know what I'm saying? Let's not forget, California, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, parts of California. Parts of Colorado. Stop talking about immigrants. Let's just let my people come back home, and that's where.
So you want Mexicans to reclaim the land they used to own on the North American territory. You want them to reclaim all that land.
Ideally, but let's be real. We need our border, but let's make it easier for our people to come back home. You know what I mean?
Well, then I'm going to let me put on my devil's advocate hat and ask you this: why won't you make it more favorable so people to be happy at home? Why are they so eager to leave their own damn country? Why not make that country, make Mexico great again? You started out with the acronyms. Why not make Mexico more desirable so they're not trying to leave?
I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that. I think that was Kamala. They want to call her the border czar, right? But that was her job was actually to bring that tri group. I think it was Guatemala.
But you didn't wait. You're going to something else. I'm asking you that question. Why not make Mexico more desirable? Why aren't the citizens of Mexico making their country more desirable so people are not wanting to flee it? At the end of the day, there's a hell of a lot of beautiful shoreland in Mexico. They have natural resources and all of that. Why not make that country more desirable so that people are happy where they were born?
On their own or with the aid of the U.S.?
Which one would you prefer?
Well, shit, I don't think they're doing it on their own in order to have the resources to do it on their own, or they would have done it a long time ago. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I get your point, but the only reason the country needs resources out, at the end of the day, it's Mexicans ruining it for Mexicans. It's not like there's another entity that's on the ground there in Mexico ruining things. It is the only reason that country's having so much issues is at the hands of other Mexicans, maybe the cartel or something like that, but it's not like there's somebody else they're actively occupying and doing that.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
How are you going to blame any country for what their situation is? How are you going to blame Sudan for the situation they're in? Any third world country.
Well, I don't know.
But
I don't know if I totally agree with that, because Mexico has federales. They have somewhat of a military. Take on the cartel. What are you saying?
I say, come on now. The cartel owns that country.
So you want to? You're saying Mexico is so corrupt the cartel owns it, but you want folks to come here. Are they going to bring that with them? Because if we start letting Mexicans in, you got to assume some cartel members are going to come too.
No, that was a joke.
Okay.
I'm not saying
open
the borders. I said that jokingly.
Okay.
What I'm saying is let the families over here who want to come over here and work over here, and not just anybody. Like I said, let's have a process. Mm-hmm. A process so Obama wanted. I think it was even before that, but they started DACA, right? I know people who have been under DACA now for 20 years, and they still haven't got their papers to be here and be citizens. You know what I'm saying?
That's a problem, because I strongly believe that anybody in this country, if Trump gets reelected and you don't already have residency, you're not safe. I don't care how close you are to getting it, how long you've been here as you're putting it, how well you've been maintaining the law. If you don't have a locked in residency or citizenship when Trump gets elected, I don't think you're safe.
Neither do I. And I don't know how familiar you are with Operation Wetback. It happened in 1953 under, I can't remember the president, but it happened in 1953.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, they rounded up. It's similar to what's in Agenda 47.
Ooh.
And what they did was go around and they rounded up all illegal immigrants, if you will, but also within that, in that group, they also rounded up a lot of Chicanos, which are Mexican Americans.
Yeah.
And they were legal citizens born in the U.S. And they rounded them up within that group and shipped them back to Mexico.
Yeah, and that will, and I feel confident that will happen if Trump gets elected out, because he's talking about the largest deportation in history. If you don't believe that legal Americans or folks that legally have a right to be here, or even Americans that were born here but they are of Mexican descent, they're going to get caught up in that. There's going to be when you're talking about the largest deportation in history, as quick as he's talking about doing it, you're going to have that type of stuff happen where somebody was born here in America, but they look Hispanic, getting grabbed up by the cops. I mean, that absolutely is going to happen.
Right, and that's crazy. Like for myself, bro, like I've had nobody in my family ever cross the border. The border crossed us. My whole family's been for 4 or 5 generations.
Mm-hmm.
My family's lived in southern Colorado, so I don't know anybody like great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents who have ever lived in current day Mexico. So, I mean, but I'm brown, you know what I'm saying? I still have the same blood as those who live in Mexico right now. I still have that Spanish and indigenous blood that they have over there. You know
do you speak Spanish?
So the puedo hablar, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I do speak it, but I'm not fluent speaking it. I understand it all because a lot of it's because I learned it in school, though.
Okay. Well, I mean, you sound American enough. We'll hold you for a week. We'll let you go. We'll hold you for a week just to make sure and run you through a battery of tests, and we'll return you. I mean, you gotta pay for your own way back, but we'll let you go. You sound like you might be believable. Sound like you remember the school you went to. Sound like you do have an American upbringing. So we'll let you out, but unfortunately, you got to get somebody to wire you some money to get you from down here. Tell them you're in El Paso and you'll be free at about 9 a.m.
Right. My son, he's light skinned though, so he can stay though, right?
Yeah, maybe, depending on which cop gets you. I mean, they may have you on a bus before you know it, before you even allowed to speak. Just put them on there because they're going to just take this across the border, and Mexico doesn't have a choice whether to accept these people or not. We're going to take them across the border and just kick them out. So if the wrong cop, he said, I don't give a damn, put him on the bus, get his ass out of here. And that's it. You're on the other side now trying to contact the embassy to get back. That could certainly happen.
They're just going to go kick in doors, though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Sounds like we're talking about thousands of Anne Franks all over the country. People hiding out in attics, pastors and family friends trying to hide folks. Obviously, this is going to lead to neighbor turning on neighbor because there might be rewards for turning people in. There's going to be obvious punishments and judicial issues if you help people hide. I mean, it could get to be really messy.
They act like I ain't got my QA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna practice my 2A. You know what I mean?
Well, then you're just gonna be dead. I mean, then you're just gonna get killed.
So, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit that could happen as a result of that let's say he doesn't do Project 2025. His Agenda 47 is just as crazy, dog.
It's like, it's 2025 light. But I got to move it on. But you sure you don't want to at least consider Guadalajara? I hear it's kind of nice this time of year.
Shit, I don't know. I'm retired Navy.
Oh my God! You served in the U.S. Navy too. Oh my! Thank you for your service, by the way. I think you should be safe. Just keep your ID on you.
Does that matter?
Yes.
My last name's still Spanish last name, dog. So.
All right. I gotta go.
All right, brother. Take care.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You too. You too. Thank you for your service. Looking at the company, and I do believe that though, that because there are folks in this country that do not want these folks. And now I see folks often saying, well, you know, it's just because I see in the comments, Brimtime said, yeah, 100% if you're illegally, you're gone. Now it's going to be legal folks as well. I keep bringing up the Haitian migrants in Springfield that Trump is talking about getting rid of. They are here legally. And he's talking about them just like illegal immigrants. If you believe that you are here legally, if you believe that that alone is going to save you from Trump trying to kick you out, I don't buy that. I just don't. Like I stated, unless you have locked in residency, you are not safe. I've been here 7 years going through the process. I've been to court several times, and they just need to complete a background check from where I'm at in Guatemala, or they just need to get my fingerprints back. It takes about 6 months, and then you're not safe. Then you're not safe. I don't give a damn that you've been here all of those years. You're not safe. It's as simple as that. Unless you have residency, I don't believe you're safe. If you don't have residency or citizenship, you will not be safe. And I'll tell you this much, just like with the conversation about forcing Christianity on schools, I don't think the right would give a damn if a few legal Hispanics got kicked out of the country. At the end of the day, look, we need Americans to have those jobs, and they have their own country anyway. I don't think the right would give a damn. Okay, yeah, he was here legally, so what? So, and I think that's what it would be. Because as I just mentioned, he's talking about kicking out the Haitian migrants that are all here legally, and the right is totally in favor of that. Looking in the comments, are they really legal though? Quick Dalton, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that if he decides to deport folks that are here legally, it's going to be thousands of people that ask the same question you did. Well, we can pretend like they're not here legally. Are they really here legally? You know, and just scrutinize the hell out of them and convince people that they weren't here legally. And that's all you got to do. Just like what you just said. Are they really here legally? I mean, so, or all of the changes that the Biden administration made at the border. Well, we're not going to recognize any of that, because keep in mind, folks that are seeking asylum, until their cases come back, they are here legally. None of those folks are going to be allowed to stay. Like literally none of them. I don't care what your scenario is, because most of the migrants that came here seeking asylum, my humble opinion, they don't have a legitimate reason to stay. I don't believe most of them are going to have a legitimate reason to stay. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to matter if they do, because many of the Haitian migrants do have a legitimate reason to stay. Their country's going through a brutal war right now. And Trump has already promised he's going to send them back to that country. He knows that Haiti is dealing with a civil war right now. Trump clearly knows that after being president for 4 years, because it was happening then. And he's made it clear he's going to send them right back there anyway. So if you are a asylum seeker, it don't matter why you're seeking asylum. I don't think you're going to get any leeway from Trump. So yeah, if you don't have a green card, or if you don't have residency or citizenship, you're not safe. Doesn't matter how long you've been. And by the way, the process to get residence, it could take 10, 15 years. It's not an overnight thing. You got to stay above the law and follow your court dates and things like that. Well, if you don't have it locked in, I don't care how good you think you've been and how great the process is going. You're not locked in. You're not safe. Haiti also had a hurricane, and initially that is why they came here. Haiti gets a bunch of them. You know, anytime you see those hurricanes, like Helene or Hurricane Milton, America's rarely the first place they hit. We just don't tend to give a damn about the other countries. I mean, whether it's Cuba, Cuba gets hit by a bunch of them. All of the countries that are on the way to getting here, all of that stuff in the Bahamas and the Caribbean area, a lot of those countries, that hurricane runs over those countries and decimates those countries. You just see it on TV. They'll tell you here, they'll show you a map of the hurricane and here's where it's at. Here's the wind speed of it. Here's the projections of where it might hit. It'll be here in 4 days. And you're looking at the picture and there's clearly a country right under that motherfucker. They're not even discussing it. Like, what's happening to them people that's under it right now? They're not even talking about that. You just see this weather system just spinning and spinning away, and there's clearly a map of a country right under there. And the weatherman is just telling you, well, you should be expecting this maybe around Tampa, or it could be as far over as Panama City. What about the country that's under there? No word of it. Nobody gives a damn about what's going on in that country. But most of those hurricanes do hit other countries before they come here in America. We just don't care about what's going on there. Looking in the comments, let's talk about Harris's husband and his previous marriage had a baby with his nanny. You're talking about Tim Walz. I have heard rumors of this. I don't know how much of it is valid. I've also heard rumors that he had some type of relationship with a student and he got him kicked out of school. I will tell you this, it sounds awful. It sounds awful if it is valid. I don't know if it's valid, but unfortunately in this political climate, it ain't gonna go nowhere. It's not, because at the end of the day, everything the liberals have tried to bring up on Trump, MAGA has pretty much let it roll right off. I don't give a damn about the grabbing thing. It's a locker room talk, or yeah, he's had multiple wives. That's what some guys do. I mean, so if you're going to let all that roll off your back, then come on. What about Tim? Then they're going to say the same thing back at you. A lot of things, when Trump became president, a lot of the liberal criticism was met with, I really don't care what he did before he became president. I'm just focused on what he's doing now. But then everyone since, people have been bringing up Willie Brown from the 80s and Biden's crime bill. All of a sudden with everybody else, it did matter. So I don't think it's going to go anywhere, because we've kind of overlooked a lot of things that were brought up in terms of Trump. So you're not going to get the liberals to focus on Tim Walz when the opposition is Trump. Now, if it was Nikki Haley or somebody like that that's fairly squeaky clean, perhaps. But we've ignored a lot of things that are questionable from Trump's past. So it is what it is. And by the way, I'll tell you this. If you had a liberal that had photos and videos of hanging out with Epstein, the right would be on that. They wouldn't be talking about a flight list. They would be suggesting that like if you had photos of Tim Walz out partying with Epstein in Manhattan, in the States, they would be saying that Tim Walz was doing something. They wouldn't be talking about, well, he wasn't on the flight list though. So as I said, the indiscretions or the apparent or alleged indiscretions of Tim Walz, it ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter, because like I said, we kind of ignored everything from Trump. Looking in the comments, Trump don't do ice cream cones. He is not a social chameleon. I don't quite get that one, Deadeye. Why are so many of you have such a hard-on about racism? Racism is a business. Russ, that is true. There's some validity to that, but racism also is a real issue. It's not something that ended a couple hundred years ago. But in regards to why do the left, I'm assuming you mean, have such a hard-on about racism, it's simple. It works. It's a demonization term. If you are a right-winger and you debate with somebody on the left, eventually you're going to be called a racist. It is what the left often throws around. Just like I often point out, if you are a liberal and you debate with somebody on the right, eventually somebody's going to call you a socialist, fascist, Marxist, or communist, because that's what they throw around. In both cases, the words are used to demonize, and if you can get it to stick on somebody, it can hurt them. It can hurt them. But, it is what it is. And I see in the comments, DG says not without evidence. Lots of people do it without evidence. I tell you right off the bat, Obama never was a socialist. We got 8 years of Obama to look back on. The country he was trying to give us has nothing to do with socialism. But the right are so anti-social policies that anything you try to do for the less fortunate is going to be viewed as socialism to them. You take any country that we would consider as a socialist country, and you look at the way Obama tried to run the country for the 8 years he was in office, he wasn't trying to become a socialist. Yet they called him a socialist throughout his career. That's just demonization, just like the racism thing. So I get what you're saying, but it definitely happens on both sides. 300 years in 1981, last racially motivated lynching. Yeah, and the racism didn't end in 1981 either. I'm sure the right would take that student loan forgiveness. Yeah, they would, but they're going to resist it. And if Trump came in office and was promoting student loan forgiveness, the right would swallow it and eat it up and be like, great, this sounds awesome. It's coming from the left. And I understand why they're doing it. You don't want your opposition to be able to celebrate doing something awesome for society because they're going to run for re-election on it. So you don't want them to get away with that. Just like when Obama was promising universal health care. Well, if you give all of the struggling Americans health care, that's certainly something great to run on in the future. Well, so they're going to block it. That's kind of how it works. Looking in the comments real quick. Somebody got flagged. Flagged for, I don't know, but for some reason it's playing games with the numbers. I don't want to pay for your education, says Anthony Hawkins. Well, you can pay a hell of a lot more for the uneducated. You don't want to pay for me to get a college degree so that I can go to school, get a decent job, and pay far more in taxes. But if I drop out, more likely to commit crimes, end up in a penal institution where you're going to pay any damn way. And I'm never going to be contributing anything to taxes. People need to really think about this. I mean, there's a such thing as a battle and there's a such thing as a war. If you pay for someone's college education, that's like 4 years. High school dropouts and a lot of these uneducated folks, and they go out and commit a crime, you're often covering them a lot longer than just 4 years. And you're doing full cradle to grave type shit. You're paying for their food, their housing, whatever uniform, the clothing they're wearing, even the soap they use to wash their ass. You're paying a lot more in that environment. You have a country, and by the way, you're paying for more than that too, by the way, because we have so few folks in this country, because education costs a fortune, so few folks are getting educated, we're replacing them with immigrants. Something the right is not a big fan of. You get it even in the upper, now we talk about, jobs no Americans want, picking fruit and hotel maids, and yeah, but you go to many hospitals and those folks are immigrants too. The guy who performs surgery on you might be an immigrant. All of that, because we don't treat education like it's important. We leave it up, well, it's optional, you pay for it. Yeah, you broke, you don't have a lot of money, then take out a loan, and when you graduate, you'll be in debt for the next 30 years. Fuck it, it's all on you. Those other countries, they focus on education. And they have a lot more educated citizens. So much so we need to borrow some of them because we don't focus on it. So I don't know if you not paying for somebody's education is favorable to you. I think the way you are doing it, you're going to pay more down the line based on what you're doing. And you're going to invite more immigrants into the country by doing it as well. Because they got to find somebody else who's educated. Because you didn't want to be part of the contributing force. So lesser people are getting educated. You can win a battle or you can win the war. Real quick, looking in the comments, why won't you read more from the comments? I'm not trying to listen. At the end of the day, I got two devices running to me. I'm trying to read the comments, but this isn't, there's not a lot of support for the program this evening. I understand the topic may suck. Super chats. I will, since you brought it up, I don't normally solicit this, but if you do a super chat, I don't care if it's 99 cents, it makes the screen turn colors and your comment stands out. Otherwise, your comment is just 1 in a million. I got two devices going. So I get comments every damn word. So that's why some of the comments don't get read there. I can't even pronounce the word. Something Charlie Hustle word or something like that. Yeah, I'm not trying to ignore your comments. There's a lot of folks responding. And the comments all look the same unless somebody has a super chat or something. They all are the same white text on the background. Higher learning is a big business in America. Yeah, and so are the penal institutions, by the way. Because at the end of the day, Americans love bragging that everything should be privatized. I think it's crazy, but that is what we say in this country. You are popular, so don't fret, says King. Am I popular, really? Really? The crazy libtard, socialist, communist? Really? I don't know about that, but thank you. Everyone is racist. Whites, blacks, Hispanics, Latinos, Asians. We all racist, but we get along. I don't know if I agree everyone is racist. I do believe that anyone can be racist, if that's what you're saying, but I don't think everyone is racist. There's some bigotry in some people. And also, I will say this. Depends on where you, or not where, but how you were brought up. Depends on how you were brought up. I'll tell you from my own personal standpoint, I watch a lot of right-wing media. Been watching Fox News since very early 2000s, before Saddam Hussein got captured. Before the war broke out, really, the second one, not Desert Storm, Desert Shield, but the second one. And 20 plus years of watching Fox News, I gotta say that when I'm in the inner city, I'm often hesitant in heavy black environments. And I have to remind myself, you grew up around these folks. You grew up in the hood. You didn't even grow up in a good neighborhood. I grew up in hardcore hoods, south side of Chicago, north side of Milwaukee. Like, you grew up in the hood. Why the hell are you hesitant around your own damn people? It's because I watch a lot of right-wing media. So I will say, when you say everybody's racist or whatever, it depends on how you grew up. If you sit around watching right-wing media all the time, I can certainly understand why you might have an adverse opinion of African Americans, because that's kind of all, just like the LGBT community. Anything you see on right-wing media that is related to the LGBT community is a negative story. They're trying to play for the wrong team. They're going in the wrong bathroom. They're shaking their ass in front of kids. It's 100% negative. I mean, like, do any of these folks maybe do some of your on-air personalities' hair, maybe a new hairstyle? They have cooking shows. You see Steve Ducey on Fox, Fox and Friends in the morning. People come, can you find somebody gay to do that? I mean, gay people cook. Like, is every story negative? Why is every story negative? But if you watch right-wing media, that's exactly what it is. Every story generally that's discussing the LGBT community is a negative story. So I can understand if you watch a lot of right-wing media, you have a negative view of African Americans and of LGBT. If 5 or 6 black folks go into a Walgreens or a CVS and they just start mob robbing the place, that gets tons of segments. It'll be on a segment from Fox and Friends. You may see it on, what is the one with Harris Faulkner? Outnumbered. You might see it on Neil Cavuto later on. It might be on Laura Ingraham. It might be on Sean Hannity. It'll certainly be on the 5. I mean, that's how they do it. And I watch a lot. That's why I can tell you their whole damn lineup that I'm citing up. That's most of Fox's lineup. But it's all negative. But if you get a school where, an African-American school where maybe 60% of the class that graduated are all in the honor list, and, we're talking about a bunch of black folks, and the graduating class mostly consists of people who were on the dean's list and had excellent, they won't cover that at all. You might be lucky to get one segment, but they won't talk about that at all. So I understand. It's kind of like Candace Owens on steroids. It's just, we're going to just report the negative. And I can see how it affects people, because, like I said, it started affecting me. Looking in the comments real quick, I may have to, because the YouTube side is not moving the way it should. Let me see if I can. I wanted to respond to another comment. Yeah, hang on a second for you folks on YouTube. I'm not trying to cancel it, but I'm trying to get it to show me your comments. Trump is already winning and win-win. The polls don't agree with you on all of that. I mean, he may win, but the polls don't totally agree with all that. Islamic terrorism is the biggest problem for now. Solve this problem first. India always with USA against terrorism. Trump is the best man for USA now. He will finish Islamic. Well, Islamic. I don't agree with you that Islamic terrorism is the biggest problem for now. In regards to America, let's say we live the life that Trump is saying. America first, bring all our troops home, focus on America. We wouldn't have much of a problem at all with Islamic terrorism. The only reason we're having issues with Islamic terrorism, the only time we have problems with that is when Americans go to their land and put themselves in harm's way. The overwhelming majority of Americans, with the exception of 9/11, the overwhelming majority of Americans that have been harmed due to Islamic terrorism were in their region, other than 9/11. Take 9/11 out of the picture. It is us on their land, and things are happening. That they wouldn't have access to. I mean, a lot of people have been killed with everything from roadside bombs, obviously GIs, and folks have been shot. All that stuff. That's not going to happen if you stayed in America. So I don't buy into that. That the biggest problem is Islamic terrorism. I think it's because the U.S. is meddling in a lot of the ongoings of their land. Well, then you put yourself in harm's way. So yeah, I don't buy that it's Islamic that it is Islamic terrorism. Breaking news: President Trump has won the presidential election. And that's some real misinformation for you there. Scamala. Now, usually it's Scamala, S-C-A-M. But this one says scum, S-C-U-M. Scamala and Tampon Timmy are in panic mode. Democrats scrambling to grab on to reality. With the exception of the name calling, I think there's some validity to that. There are Democrats that are in panic mode as opposed continue to be close, but I'm not going to pretend like there are not folks on the right that are in panic mode as well. Any of the, you see these polling videos on YouTube, shocking polls released. The comments are loaded with Trump supporters. I can't believe it's this close. Why the hell are people voting for Kamala? Why is it this close? The right is in full-blown, concern and panic as well. Everybody is. It's pretty damn close. But it ain't just Democrats. The right is concerned as well. You got Trump out there doing rallies and admitting, shit, I'm getting tired. Taking out breaks for exhaustion. I mean, he is like 78 years old and he's doing 2 or 3 rallies a day. Now, I get that Trump is certainly more energetic than Biden, but 2 or 3 rallies a day, all of them plane flights and shit like that, that dude getting old. He getting tired. So they wearing him down, trying to keep up with Kamala. I do think Islamic terrorism is a threat because we have insider enemies sowing division and allowing vulnerabilities for our enemies to take advantage of in proxy they're armed like ISIS. Well, Hector, I'm not saying that Islamic terrorism is not a threat, but I don't buy what George W. Bush said after 9/11. They want to attack us because we're free. That's bullshit. They want to attack us because we're limiting the freedoms of their countries. You know, we often talk about, and shout out to my veterans and my military personnel that are tuning in, but one of the things we always say is, people take a knee towards the flag or something, they fought for your freedom and all. Most of the wars and the conflicts we've been in since World War II, fighting for our freedom had nothing to do with it. Most of the shit we've been involved in over the last 50, 60 years has been really fighting to limit the freedoms of others. Had nothing to do with Americans. Vietnam War. There was no American freedom at risk when we went into Vietnam. You would have been fine here living in America. That was to prevent the spread of communism, which means we were fighting to limit the freedoms of someone else. And that's how most of the wars we've been involved in has been. And nothing to do with Americans, the freedom of Americans. It's been to limit the freedoms of others. So at the end of the day, you're going to have Islamics getting angry and willing to launch attacks and do harm to America. They're tired of us. They are tired of us trying to dictate how they should live. I mean, when we went into Afghanistan, we put in Hamid Karzai. Just found somebody that was favorable to America and made him the leader of the country. They hated that dude, ran him out of there. I mean, we've been living it. So yeah, it's Islamic terrorism. Yeah, when you're playing police, that's what's going to happen. Now, the FBI, while Trump was in office, claimed the biggest threat to America was white supremacy. Go figure. So, and by the way, I'll tell you this too. I get a lot of folks on the program from all walks of life. I don't hear Muslims on the program talking about a civil war. I don't hear Muslims talking about any of that shit. So, you know, it is what it is. But I don't think Islamics, Arabs, I don't think they're the biggest threat to America. I hear a lot more red-blooded Americans that were born in this country talking about violence nowadays than I do anybody from the Middle East. Real quick, looking in the comments, Kamala, why is 79% of Americans say they are worse now? Kamala and Donald Trump is running for office. I don't believe 79% of Americans say they're worse now. I don't buy that. It's not that high. I don't believe that. I'd be curious to know what poll you got that from, Florida, Blondie. But I don't buy that, because I will tell you this. We talk about how much the price of goods and services have increased under Biden compared to Trump. What we don't talk about is salaries have too, particularly for people that are at the bottom level earners. When Trump was in office, I mean, most of the Bible Belt states down in Trump country, most of that stuff they're paying $7 to $8 an hour. Minimum wage is $7 to $8 an hour. Now, in the liberal states, you can see minimum wage damn near go all the way up to $20 an hour. And a lot of that is recent. A lot of the minimum wage increases have happened since the Biden administration took over. So for those folks, paying an extra 50 cents or $1 for gas, they may be doing better than they were under Trump, making 40, 50% less and paying $2 for gas. So I don't believe it's 79%. I think that's way too high. Handsome, have you read Department of Defense Directive 5240? No, I have not. It gives the local law enforcement the power to call in the military to assist in neutralize rioters and civil unrest. Well, I suppose if you have civil unrest, you might need at least a National Guard anyway. I mean, when you factor in how armed America is, if you do have widespread civil unrest, the local police force probably won't be equipped to handle it. And plus, let me just be clear. If we do have civil unrest, I don't trust local police departments to squelch it anyway, because a lot of them are going to probably be on one side or the other of it. If there is civil unrest in your local community, clearly those cops grew up with part of your local community, went to school in there. They got friends and enemies in that community. I don't believe that. I wouldn't favor them involved in it. I'd rather it be military from some other part of the country or something. I think they might be too biased. I really believe that's what happened on January 6th, if you ask me. Folks, well, listen, cops, people weren't breaking into the Capitol building. The cops are letting them in. Well, some places that did happen. And my humble opinion is there were cops, because police favor Trump more than they do liberals. The police tend to favor Republicans. My guess is a lot of those Capitol police officers viewed MAGA on January 6th as fighting the good fight. Probably some of them believe the election was stolen themselves. And they stood down because they were probably quietly rooting for them to succeed. Some of those cops believed MAGA was fighting a good fight that day. In my opinion, every cop that was caught on video letting people in should have had to testify before Congress why they did that. If you felt scared for your life or something like that and you stood down because you thought you were outnumbered or whatever, they should have to say that, because the right is using that as an excuse to suggest it was not an insurrection. Nobody broke in, they let people in. They should have to testify before Congress why they let them. You're on camera letting people in. Why are you doing that? They should have to testify. Let me go back. Let me go to the box. I see a viewer came up. Jay Holland. Good evening, Jay, if it brings you up. There you go. Good evening.
Hi.
Hey, what brought you on?
What brought me on?
Yeah.
I've been listening to you for a while.
All right. So, who do you favor in this upcoming election?
Oh, I'm a Trump guy.
Okay. Now, do you think that? Do you see if for some reason Trump loses? Do you believe he would concede?
Almost definitely. Yeah.
So
Just like the last time.
So you believe last time he conceded?
Not easily.
What do you mean by not easily?
I mean, why would you just sit back and go, oh yeah, that election was great?
Okay, did he concede? You said not easily. Did he concede at all?
Oh, he did. I mean, Biden's president now, right?
No. That don't mean you conceded. Okay, you said he conceded. What is your definition of conceding?
I mean, not conceding would be civil war.
No, you can just say fuck you and walk away. You ever seen a UFC match where one person doesn't want to stay there while the guy raises the hand of the winner? I mean, maybe he just was.
One guy's got to tap out, right?
Yeah, the guy who loses generally stands there with his hands down while the ref raises the hand of the winner. Sometimes the guy gets pissed off and he don't even stay, just walk out of the ring before they do that. So I'm asking.
Yeah, Trump said,
go ahead.
Hands down, not a great decision, but it's over.
That don't mean anything though. That's not conceding. That's just saying it's over. That means I fought hard as I could and lost. That don't mean he conceded that he lost. He just saying it's over.
Sure, it's over.
Okay.
It's over.
Okay. Now he's still going around saying he won by a landslide. I'm assuming you agree with that?
No.
Then why is he saying it?
Ego.
So he is literally lying to the American people, in your opinion, because of his ego. You said he didn't win it.
No, that's complicated. It's complicated. You can have an ego about what happened, and knowing that elections really can't be verified. Because you can't be here and say elections are 100% verified.
How could you not verify it? Wait, hold on, hang on. If you're going to say you won by a landslide, it should be able to at least be verified that you won.
How do you verify an election?
You count the votes and you go with the count.
What votes?
What do you mean, what votes? Remember him saying five? Wait, hold on. Here's the point. When he called,
talking about ballots.
No.
Ballots that come in.
Yes, ballots.
Oh, where do those ballots come from?
They come from the citizens that cast them.
Who printed the votes?
Yeah. What are you getting at? You now you're talking about it complicated. Now it's getting complicated. What are you trying to say?
Oh, I'm just saying it's if you have a bunch of pieces of paper and they come in and you're tied to verify that as your vote.
So if you cannot verify the election as you're saying, then what makes him say he won by a landslide? Clearly he didn't verify it.
Exactly.
So he's lying.
No.
Then what is he doing?
It's how do you verify the votes that came in?
So if he's telling you something with certainty that he has not verified, how is that not lying? He is telling you he won by a landslide. You're admitting he can't even verify it. So how is that not lying?
How can you verify he lost?
No. What is making him say he won by a landslide is what I'm asking you.
How do you verify?
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer the question. What is making him say he won by a landslide?
How do you verify he lost?
Because the people who control the election and count the votes say he lost.
Who's those people?
The ones that are sworn to operate the election. The governor of the state of Georgia, for instance. I don't quite get what you're getting at.
And what is the consequence of those people lying?
You got evidence that they're lying at all?
Do you?
Are they guilty until proven innocent? You don't need any evidence. Just say they're lying and that's good.
Anything that comes from the government has to be proven that they're not lying.
Okay, so you view the government as lying until proven otherwise.
Yes.
So when Trump was in power, you viewed him as lying until proven otherwise.
Yes.
So yes or no question. So you did see him as, okay, then all right, fair enough. So in other words, when he said he won by a landslide, he was still president, so he was lying, and he hasn't proven otherwise.
And the government hasn't proven.
He was the government when he said he won by a landslide.
No, he was a representative.
No, he wasn't.
Of the government.
He's the president. What do you mean a representative? He's the president. He is the government. You don't see the president as the government?
No, he.
Take your time. Take your time.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree.
Yes.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. Thank you for coming through, Jay. Moving on. I see the comments. You guys are mean to my guest. Somebody said he was tweaking. I see somebody said, I hear liquor. Man, you guys were mean to him. And listen, at the end of the day, I appreciate folks that come on the program. We don't always agree. Certainly my last guest, we didn't agree on much, but he was saying some things and just wanted to get clarity. And as I was getting clarity, he was fading. Cal, thank you for the underwater graphic. That was interesting. That's all I'll just say. Democrats are fighting for open borders and illegals getting paid our tax dollars. Fighting for open borders. Wow. I haven't seen that, Stacey Johnson. I haven't seen where they're fighting for open borders. This dude perpetrates the propaganda machine, says, Dead, I'm assuming you're referring to me. I don't know how I propagate it, but thank you for the input. How could he be a representative when he was elected president? The dude on the phone wasn't here. Yeah, I think that sometimes you can find yourself saying something and not realizing what you're saying until somebody challenges. I mean, because some of the things he was saying, in my humble opinion, were not well thought out. That's why when I was pushing back, some of the things he was saying were falling apart, such as the government is lying until proven innocent. And then when I asked him, well, you do realize Trump was part of the government. Well, no, he's a representative. So I don't know where. And then I mean, obviously that could open up the door to a host of new questions. Going to the box, though, that was interesting. Cal, I'm assuming you sat through some of that, Cal. Good evening, Cal. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey. That was interesting, huh?
It was. It was when you can sit back and you can like get a sneak peek into the mind
Ginger, thank you.
Of these people who are out here just saying nonsense.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just say, like, that's probably the reason why those people don't come back anymore, because you destroyed all his logic and he had to run with his tail between his legs.
Well, I don't like to use the word destroyed. That's a horrible. I mean, I was just questioning on what he was saying, and it fell apart a little bit.
Every single thing he was saying. You don't have to call it destroyed. I'll call it destroyed. Right?
Yeah. And I see somebody giving shouts out to T-Pain, blaming on the alcohol. I mean, look, maybe he was sipping a little something. I don't know. 3 6 Mafia sipping on some syrup.
He was sober, man. He was saying that sober.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think the man was having a wee bit of the spirits this late hour. I don't know if I believe that.
What we trying to give them out, man? Don't do it. We have no proof that he was drinking, so I'm gonna go with. I don't think he was drinking. I'm gonna use the same logic that they use. We can't prove that he was drinking, so therefore he wasn't drinking.
Yeah, you taking alcohol. You taking alcoholism out of context. How about that? So I gave him the microphone. I let him speak, but yeah, it was pretty easy to push back and let him kind of know some of the things you're saying. They don't really make a lot of sense.
That his whole line, like every question, just ran into a dead end.
Yeah, and I see on YouTube. I see one of my viewers on YouTube, Diana B, says, "Come on, why do you let these uneducated people tell lies on your channel?" I believe in free speech. I get it. It's late. I believe in free speech, though, so I let the man speak.
Yeah. So I just got on here. So what was the topic?
Well, you should tattoo me. I'm wondering, do you think America's going to be all right? I'm asking, if your candidate of choice doesn't win, or if your candidate, even if your candidate of choice does win, regardless of what happens, there's going to be tens of millions of unhappy people, no matter which one of these folks win. I'm asking, do you think the country's going to be all right? You think we're going to survive this? I've asked something similar to this, but also, go ahead.
Yes, it's gonna be a bumpy ride, and I really do genuinely believe that there's going to be some bloodshed, but I don't, I think this country has been through worse times than this. We view it as now because we're in the moment, right. And it just seems like right. But this country has gone through the civil rights era. I'm talking about people getting,
yeah.
Getting dogs sicked on them and fire hose cannons and this country has been through worse than this, the Vietnam, so yeah. But right now, as we feel like we've progressed as a society, to see us kind of devolve back into this caveman ideology where it's Trump, my guy. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. They can't even explain why it is. They listen to everything Did you see him on Fox the other day? I think it was yesterday when they asked him. They asked him about the schools that were teaching about slavery and stuff, and he said, "Yeah, we're gonna defund those schools."
I did hear. I've had a few guests talking about that too. Wow.
Dude,
wow.
How can anybody say that in America right now, and people just gloss over it that's Trump? He just said if you teach African American history in schools, they're gonna have to defund them, remove the funding.
I think for the most part, the right is focused on the economy. They believe he's better for getting us out of these wars, and they don't believe that stuff's going to happen, or they don't care. But most of them think that Trump is like with the whole "I won the election by a landslide." What my last guest was saying, yeah, he just has an ego. I think that a lot of them don't believe that type of stuff, and giving police immunity, they don't believe that actually can happen.
Yeah, but what happened to American pride? You know what I'm saying? Help for one another, not what the country can do for you, what you can do for your fellow country. What happened to all of that? The stuff that I was told growing up about America and how we were the best, and we, the best and brightest, and now we just devolved down into. I'm talking about lawyers on.
Well, there is MAGA pride. Maybe it's went from American pride to a MAGA pride.
They were sitting there laughing when he said that stuff.
Yeah. I don't have an answer for you. I will. Yeah, it's frightening. I will say I don't have an answer for it other than it is really concerning that you're talking about defunding schools simply because they're teaching history accurately. I mean, that is the way it used to be. That's why I was on a live the other day, and I told the people who were watching it, please don't bring this up if you come on my live. But I was on there with some African Americans that were MAGA, and they were trying to convince me that the slave trade didn't happen. Like they were like, well, where are the ships at? I mean, he was really telling me like, where are the ships at? There's no way they were bringing hundreds of ships over. The technology wasn't as great. Where are they at? And where are the manifest at if it happened? I'm like, are you kidding me? So
have they talked to their parents or their grandparents? Like, what are they talking about?
I don't know who are telling these folks this, but I mean, these were African. I'm like, I even asked them, I'm like, what kind of black person are you? Like, where do you go? Like, who do you hang around? Like, would you go to the cookout talking about the slave trade didn't happen? Like, wow. And he was serious. He was serious.
Yeah, I've heard some of them too. And they sound convinced of some of this stuff. You know, more like Candace Owens type, you know, saying it with conviction with their whole chest.
Yeah, it's people who, like for instance in the comments right now, I can't even pronounce the name because there's so many letters, but he says many blacks enslaved blacks too, and they sold them, bro. And that, in Africa, there's some validity to that. But here in America, there weren't a whole lot of black people enslaving other blacks. But for some reason, people try to throw that in there.
Right, but what they're missing is chattel slavery and what they're talking about is two different things.
Yeah.
You may become a slave to another tribe, but you are there like to help the tribe. Like they're not beating you, and you know it's different.
Yeah, they're not forcing you to. They're not forcing you to mate so that you can have more slaves and all of that shit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Those people back then, they actually were incorporated ultimately into the tribe.
Yeah.
So that's totally different than chattel slavery. It's two totally different things.
I just could not understand why somebody would be trying to tell me that, you know, and I see in the comments somebody said y'all still stuck on that shit for real. Well, like I said, when somebody tried to tell you that history didn't happen, yeah, it's going to get people stuck on it. When people are literally trying to rewrite history right in your face to take out the awful things that this country was involved in, yeah, you're going to push back on it. And that's what he was doing. Like, and I'm like, who told you? Like, what school did you go to hear this? He was serious.
Yeah, and people like that who just commented on there, people like that only want you to be concerned about the things they concerned about.
Yeah. Well,
somebody was to tell me that the president was trying to take African American history studies out of the schools that my children are going to, I got a problem with that. And I don't care about $2 gas. I don't care about 1.8 inflation. I don't care about none of that.
Yeah. And I see the comments, double luck, yeah, it was lumberjack. He was saying that, but yeah. That guy said some wild shit.
I think he's starting to believe some of that stuff he's saying.
Yeah, I do too. He might be like he's kind of like the lieutenant governor in North Carolina, you know, bring slavery back, and I wish I could own some of them. He's a black, Motzi or whatever term you want. I mean, he sound like that. Like, are you for real?
Right. And I wonder what he gonna be like if Trump lose.
He'll be saying it was stolen.
He immersed. He's deeply immersed now.
Yeah. He'll probably be.
That's how he makes his money. That's how he makes his money and everything. Like, what is he going?
He'll probably be suggesting that the election was stolen. Will G says MAGA is willing to sweep all the bad stuff under the rug just as long as they get their money. Little do they know they will get played once Trump has his ultimate power, like a villain playing his hand. So in other words, they're helping Trump, but once Trump get in power, he's liable to throw them under the bus at will. See any validity to that, Denkow?
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. For sure. All of this stuff about tariffs, and he's going to tariff every single country in the world, and he's going to accomplish everything by tariffs, drill, baby, drill, and deportation. That's the only thing he's talking about that's going to cure all the woes of our country. And if you dumb enough to believe that, man, then you might be in a cult.
Well, a lot of folks do believe it. I got to move it on, but a lot of folks do believe it, man. So here we are.
One more thing I want to leave you.
Hey, by the way, before you ask me that, have you? Because you're in Georgia, have you voted already?
No, I like to wait until the day because I like to go see who's at the polls.
You sure you ain't MAGA? You sound like MAGA. You sure you don't need a red hat? Give me the address. Let me see you this Keep America Great souvenir for your time.
I'll make sure my kids do. I'll make sure everybody, friends and family, make sure they got a plan to vote. But I do like to go down to the polls on voting day to kind of see what's going on. That's just me personally.
Fair enough. And I see in the comments, Kenji says, "Don't get hurt, brother." I mean, I've heard that some of these places they have had to have law enforcement there at the ready. I mean, people are talking crazy shit.
Yeah, I live in like a small town right outside of Augusta, Georgia. So it's a military town. So it's not, what I'm saying.
I get it.
It's so intertwined here that it's not like. Even the people who are MAGA, they not riding around with stuff on their trucks and stuff like that because, in a military town, it's a little different because we gotta work together. It don't matter who you are when you put your life on the line for the country. So it's a little different here. But I just wanted to add that one of the things that Kamala was talking about is removing medical bills from affecting your credit.
Didn't Obama do something like that already though?
Yeah, he started the process, but it didn't apply to everyone. She's trying to finish that process to make sure it doesn't show up at all on your credit report. Obama did do something similar, but I mean, this is just like he did Obamacare, but he didn't quite get to the single payer mandate like he wanted to. He went part of the way. And got some of the stuff.
But then that leads to the obvious question: if you can't put it on a person's credit, what would be the incentive to make them pay? I mean, if I know it ain't gonna hurt me, fuck them. I'm not gonna pay it.
Exactly.
Universal healthcare it is. All right. Appreciate you coming through.
All right. Take care.
Anytime. And that is something that Obama started. Look, at the end of the day, I'm a big proponent of universal health care. Now, I've also made it clear I'm a proponent of tuition forgiveness as well. And I know MAGA will tell me to go to hell with that, but that's fine. But I will say that for me personally, if I could get a politician in there that would, not have health care, but universal health care where I don't have to pay for it, a few $100 a paycheck or whatever the hell they take out, universal health care and tuition forgiveness. If I could get a politician in there that would give me that, ain't shit Trump could do with the economy that would give me more money in my pocket than that. Now, I get the loans are mine. I took them out. It's my responsibility. I'm just saying, though, if those two things were taken off my debt list, you could take gas and knock it down to $1 a gallon, and I would still benefit more from tuition forgiveness and universal health care. And by the way, as I'm becoming an older and older man, you see my old ass on camera, as I get older, medical bills get worse for people who are older. More shit starts popping up. We weren't meant to live that damn long, so if you're starting to try to push 60, 70, 80 years old, you're kind of going against the grain. That's when you start needing medical science to keep your ass alive. So you get more medical bills. So the older you get, the worse it is. So at the end of the day, yeah, I would favor universal health care. And like I said, you heard my opinion on the, no, I'm not 60, Kenji. I still got a ways to go. I'm in my early 50s. I got a ways to go before I'm 60. But, it is out there. Hopefully I'll live to make it to that. Will G, look at how many people he threw under the bus when he was in office. Now he doesn't give a fuck, says Will G. I do believe there's validity to that with Trump. Trump doesn't do well with criticism at all. And when I say not do well with criticism, I mean, as Bill O'Reilly stated, Bill O'Reilly said, You know, I've known Trump for 30 years and everything is personal because Bill O'Reilly has a YouTube program and somebody asked him, why doesn't Trump use Nikki Haley? I mean, at the end of the day, Nikki Haley had 20% or something like that of the Republican vote, and she's now endorsing Trump. And one of Bill O'Reilly's writers or viewers sent him a message and asked him, why won't Trump use Nikki Haley to campaign for him? She had a lot of people that were going to vote for her. And O'Reilly stated that I've known Trump for 30 years, and with him, everything is personal, and he does not like Nikki Haley. So, yeah, he does hold grudges a long, long time. So you say that he throws people under the bus and things like that. That's true. That is true. If you do something he doesn't like Nikki Haley when she ran for office, he viewed that as being disloyal. He doesn't have the mindset, well, that's politics, all's fair in love in politics, let's get back and be friends again. He's still holding it against her, at least according to his long-term friend O'Reilly. Real quick, looking in the comments, a lot of poor U.S. minor girls involved in prostitution because of money problems. Government should give a monthly help package for minor girls to stop all these and stop drug supplier. Oh, you're never going to get any love for that in the United States. You're talking kind of like what do they call it? A universal income. Andrew Yang, when he was running in 2016, was talking about something like that. Now, they actually do that in Alaska. They do get some kind of universal basic income. But you start talking about doing it for minorities, that ain't going to fly. You get somebody killed talking about doing that. Kind of like the Pace pecani sauce commercials, get a rope. And that would be hard. That would be hard. It might solve some of the things you were pointing out, but getting it is going to be next to impossible. As a nurse, you get paid to work. Yeah. Depends on the industry when it comes to forgiving student loans. Charles Vaughn, good evening. Welcome to the program. Charles at the Box Breathe. Good evening.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I was going to go over a couple of points. I've been watching, I listen to people all the time.
Good to have you.
The first one is the immigration.
Sure.
The first one is the immigration. They always talk about the people coming across the border. But what are they talking about when they talk about who's hiring them?
They don't talk about that at all.
They don't talk about that because the ones that's hiring them has money. Yeah. They the one that's hiring them. See, if they wasn't hiring them, they wouldn't come with it.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I've said it before in the program numerous times that we only go after the immigrant like they're doing all this by themselves, and the Americans that hire them and pay them under the table are co-conspirators in the illegal immigration problem. And we don't, even Trump, who's really gung-ho about protecting the border and getting us under control, you don't hear him talking about some CEO of a factory who was arrested for hiring 300 illegals and we're going to prosecute them. Yeah, he don't talk about it at all.
Yes. Another one I wanted to talk about is the abortion. When that COVID-19 was going around, you heard people talking about if my body, my right, I don't have to wear a mask because it's my body, my right. If I'm endangering somebody, so what? It's my body, it's my right. But when it comes to women and their body, they seem to want to control them. It seems like there should be something between the doctor, the woman, and God.
Yeah. Well,
and it should be like, stay out of my business. That's their business, what they do in their life.
Well, but their mindset is this. You and your doctor should not be allowed to decide whether to murder somebody. They believe that abortion is murder.
Wait. Before it becomes a person, it's a cell.
I'm just telling you. They don't believe it. They don't believe in the cell aspect of it. They believe that once you go, and there's consummation, or what do you call it? When the egg fertilized, what the hell is this? It's a C word. I'm having a bite moment.
Some of it don't even have a heartbeat. 6 weeks they don't even have a heartbeat.
They're not even waiting. They're not even waiting to the heartbeat. They're saying once the egg is fertilized, consummation. No. What is the word I'm looking for? When it's actually Yeah, conception. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So they're
Conception.
saying they believe that at the point of conception, it's a human. They don't acknowledge or recognize the cell theory you're talking about. You go from nothing to human. That's it. It's a human.
So to me, I believe it's the cell. I mean, because in that case, what they doing with with freezing the cells and stuff and destroying them, that's murder too, then, right?
Yeah, they actually, there are people who do believe that if you put your stuff in a petri dish, yeah, they're trying to prevent folks from throwing that out. Yeah, they do consider that as a human.
Well, it's just hard for me to believe that way because as science it goes on, it's a cell to me till it becomes a heartbeat or forms a body.
Well, this is where the evangelical and the religious stuff comes into play, because they believe that abortion and things like, you're interfering with God's work. You're interfering with the natural course of mankind that God intended. And that's why they don't, and they do believe, like I said, that when you take the life after conception, it's murder. So, up to and including even stuff like the morning after pill, things like that. A lot of them don't favor that. Right now, because there's an election coming, they're kind of letting some of this stuff go through, like with the states' rights. But at the end of the day, if you believe that it is a life at conception and you want to save that life, you're not okay with it happening in a different state. You want it to be stopped everywhere. And then once the election is out of the way, I believe it's going to expand.
Well, if they feel that way, why don't they care about the kids that are living already? You hear them talk about the kids that are unborn, but the kids that are living, they don't give a damn about. Once you're born, it's on you.
That's socialism. They don't like socialism. That's what they call it.
Yeah, right. They don't want you. They don't want the abortion, but they don't want the care for the ones they make you keep. Right.
Yeah. The right tends to be for self-reliance and personal responsibility. So if you do what it takes to create a kid, they believe that kid should be your responsibility.
But they're not pro-life. They're just anti-abortion. Because pro-life is from the cradle to the grave.
Yeah. My phrase I use is pro-birth. They are pro-birth. They want to make sure that child is born. That's what they are. After that, yeah, so be it. But they do want to make sure everything is done so that child has a real chance at being born. Once it's born, hands off.
Yeah, hands off.
Yeah.
So they don't give a damn once they're born.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah,
And
not really.
Yeah, they don't. So and another thing I wanted to cover is a lot of people are worried about if Trump wins or Kamala wins. But you know what? You're still gonna have to do what you do yourself, because you can't depend on the government and nobody else to do for you. If your ass is lazy, you just lazy.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that
do it yourself, no matter who wins.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that was part of the notes I took down for the show, because Trump, unlike Kamala Harris, Trump is making some big promises, and I think it falls in line with what you just stated. At the end of the day, you're going to have to take care of yourself. Like, Trump is promising that he'll get the economy back on par, gas will be $2 a gallon, he's going to bring down crime, we won't have World War III, he's going to end the Ukraine, Russia, and the Middle Eastern war. He's promising to end that stuff. He's talking about draining the swamp. He's talking about getting rid of all of the immigrants. Now Kamala Harris isn't making those huge promises like that. I do believe that Trump is promising that he's going to do a lot of stuff that it's going to be impossible to do in 4 years.
Yeah, but you know what? The people that know Trump the best, they ain't going to work for him. They're not even endorsing him.
Yeah.
So, he talking to the people that don't know him, that's using him like a TV star or something. But the president only can do so much. You have to do everything yourself.
Right.
I come from a small town, so, rice and beans and what would that? They call it commodities.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever know about commodities?
I know a little bit. I'm no economist. I'm no economist, but I know a little bit.
Yeah, but that little stuff they gave you, you realized that it wasn't enough, so you went out there and got it yourself, whether you grew your own greens or beans or whatever. No, you had to do for yourself. You can't depend on the government to do everything.
But that is what then you sound like you should be Republican. That's what the right is saying. Self-reliance.
The Republicans are for just giving everything to the rich.
Oh.
See, the whole thing. Well, let me put it this way. Now, a lot of people, let's go to like the Civil War. Cause I heard people talk about slavery and all that.
Yeah.
It's only probably 1% of the people own slaves in the South.
True.
But they convinced a lot of other people to fight that war for them. And that's what they're doing today. The rich are getting the poor to fight for them. They're going against their own interests.
Wow.
Some of the poorest states in the United States are Republican states.
That is true.
And they want to get the welfare and the food stamps and everything, but they voting Republican, and the Republicans seem to be against the poorest of the people.
Well, I think the Republicans also, though, they vote for Republican politicians because Republican politicians tend to want to keep the country in the traditional way it was designed to be. Pro-Christian,
Hold on. Wait a minute. Back in the 70s, I forget that preacher name. He the one who brought the Republicans into the religious right. What was his name? His son is still alive. He was a big preacher during that time.
I don't know, but what relevance does that have what I'm talking about, though? You talking about
I'm saying
somebody said Jimmy Swaggart.
Religion wasn't really into politics. They kind of kept the politics and religion separate. If you look back through,
are you talking about the guy from the 700 Club?
Huh? Before him, he was a big evangelist. He one really brought Republicans into the religious politics.
Okay, because I see folks naming everybody from
not Pat Robertson, Billy Graham. That's his name, Billy Graham.
Oh, okay.
Now, Billy Graham is the one that brought the Republican into the religious right. Okay. Republicans, they really didn't talk about religion and politics. In fact, religion and politics didn't really start up till Billy Graham came around talking about it.
I don't know. I've never heard that. I'd have to look more into that. I can't dispute you, but that ain't the way I've heard it. So I'll just leave it at that. I'd have to look into that. But I do got to move it on. I see somebody said, well, we all know it wasn't T.D. Jakes. No, it wasn't no black pastor. I agree with that. But I do appreciate you coming on there, Charles. Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Anytime. Moving on with the program real quick. Will G, thank you for the super chat. Trump is certainly the orange Palpatine of politics. The orange Palpatine. I'm trying to figure that one out. All right. Moving on. Explain to me how you can claim to be a Christian and still vote for a party that wants to murder babies in the womb. Let me just say this. AR Patriot, like the name, by the way. How can you be Christian and still vote for a party that wants to murder? Now, I'm not very Christian, but I do know enough to push back on this. And I see on YouTube, Anglefan Gaming also agrees by saying facts. In my opinion, if you are in favor of capital punishment, aka the death penalty, I don't see the difference between you and a mom that wants to terminate the baby, other than you believe your reason for killing is justified and hers is not. If you believe that we were created by God Almighty and it is his decision to decide when we go, then what's the difference? What's the difference? You just believe, well, this dude that committed, or this man or woman that committed a bunch of man-created crimes, you believe that it's okay to take his life, but you don't believe a woman that's saying, well, I'm impoverished, or I got sexually assaulted, or, I don't want to have a child at this time. You don't agree with her way of taking. You think what she's doing is wrong and what you're doing is right. But at the end of the day, both of you are killing someone. You're both doing it. So when you say, how can a person be a Christian? Well, a lot of Christians believe in the death penalty. A lot of Christians believe what Trump is talking about right now, the wealthiest country on earth, shutting its doors, stating we're no longer going to send money overseas to poorer nations. We're going to keep that money and focus on Americans. The wealthiest, one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest nation on earth is saying that. We're not going to share. We're going to stop sending money overseas and focus only on Americans. That don't sound Christian-like at all to me. I don't hear the Christian. I mean, that's basically like Jesus deciding right before the Last Supper that he's going to keep all the bread. So I don't see it. Now I see in the comments, Barb said, I disagree. I believe in the death penalty. Of course you disagree. Of course. But you would agree that the death penalty is killing, would you not? Is there anybody that disagrees that, imposing a death penalty on somebody is not taking their life? There's no reason to do that. If I go out and commit a heinous crime that takes the life of a bunch of people and you have me incarcerated, you don't need to kill me. I'm not a threat to society. I can't get out. You can keep them locked up. There's no need to kill. You're doing that for revenge. You are against a mom terminating a baby for whatever reason she comes up with, but you're okay with revenge killing. That's essentially what the death penalty is. It's killing for revenge. Those people are no longer a threat to society. They are already incarcerated. You do not need to take their life. You're doing that to satisfy the wishes of society or the wishes of the family. That's revenge. So whatever the mom is deciding to terminate a baby for is wrong, but revenge is okay? Okay. Trey the Lion makes a good point, says the Bible says an eye for an eye. Yeah, but there's other parts that say thou shalt not kill. That's one of the issues about the Bible. It's often conflicting. But yeah, I'm under and I am pro-choice, by the way. I'm pro-choice, but in some cases I can understand the death penalty as well. But I do admit both of them are killing. I don't try to pretend like abortion or the death penalty are not killing you. In both cases, you're taking something that is alive and terminating the life of that. So to me, the whole Christianity argument goes out of the window. And right now we're just talking about killing. All of this anti-socialism and pull yourself about, none of that shit is Christianity. In my opinion, none of that stuff is. The way we view the downtrodden in this country, none of that stuff is Christianity. I don't see any Christianity in any of that. So how can you vote Christian if you're for killing? Well, in my opinion, neither party is very Christian. I think both of them do all sorts of anti-Christian shit. They just, as some people would say, they think their shit don't stink. That's what I think it is. Will G, my theory is that they want to share. They just want to share with the brown shithole countries. They don't want to share, you mean. They just don't want to share with the brown shithole countries. Remember, Trump was willing to send rare tests to Russia. Now, what Will G is saying is that many Americans in this country would be fine with sharing with the poor, just not poor that are people of color. I can't say for sure, but I've heard plenty of information that validates what he said. In fact, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard that at one point, college education used to be somewhat free until, African Americans gained civil rights and they could also qualify for some of the money. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard that America was far more open to social programs before people of color could qualify for those programs. I have heard that. Maybe it's wrong, but I have certainly heard that. I see in the comments, T-Max says it was totally free. I have heard that the minute people of color started qualifying, they suddenly started rolling back some of that stuff. And the crazy thing is, by doing that, you're shutting off education to white people too. I'd rather cut my nose off to spite you. That's what it almost sounds like, if that's true. Mowgli, thank you for the super chat, says the Bible does not say thou shalt not kill. Said thou shalt not, wait a minute. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill. Said thou shalt not do no murder in the Hebrew. Doesn't the Ten Commandments say thou shalt not kill though? Isn't that part of the religion? Isn't that a commandment? like I said, in my opinion, if you're for killing, you're for killing. I don't see how you can be against. By the way, they're talking about even taking the life of the doctor that performs an abortion. Then you're okay with murder. You're okay with murder. I don't want her to terminate the child, but if a physician does it, then we're okay terminating the physician. Then you're okay with murder. That's the way I look at it. You're going to take out a healthy doctor that's no danger to society because you don't like what he did. Then you're just making an excuse for why your murder is better than hers. It's not Christian either way, in my opinion. Okay, so I don't care personally, but scientifically speaking, a fetus or unborn child, regardless of the stage is considered a living human child. No, it's not actually, Nathan. At least, well, let me take that back, because some states do. You're saying that a fetus. You said scientifically speaking, a fetus or unborn child, regardless of the stage it's in, is considered a living human child. No, I'm going to clear that up. No, it's not, and I'll tell you this: if a mom walked into a hospital, because you said a fetus, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, fetus is at 3 months. If a woman walked into a hospital, I don't want to violate the law. My state is pro-life. I don't want to violate the law, but I'm 3 months pregnant. I don't want to be a mom, but I don't want to violate the law. I'm giving you permission to sedate me, put me under, take it out. I'm not going to terminate it. Take it out and keep it. I'm 3 months alone. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. You need her. So no, it's not a human child at that point. It's on par to be one. But the fact is, if that woman said, I want to observe the law and not take the life of the unborn, but I don't want to be a mom, put me under whatever procedure you need to do, take it out. If you're saying it's a human, it should be okay, right? No, it's not. It's, for the most part, in a parasitic state. I hate using the term parasite in reference to a child, but that's what it is. If she dies, it does too. It's not a child. It's not breathing. It's not eating. It's not doing any of the things that a child does. If she doesn't make it, it doesn't. So no, it's not a child at that point. It's a parasite. It's living off the host. It sounds gross. I get it. I mean, I am referencing what could be a human. People don't like it, but that's really what it is. It's a parasite at that point. Otherwise, why no contraception? Yeah, its cells are alive. Yeah. But they can't live on their own like a human being does. A human being doesn't need a host to survive. That's a vegetable. Once you get to that point, it's not a human being at that point. Often some of this has no organs or anything. They're calling something a human that doesn't even have organs in many cases. Nothing. It's not a human. It feeds what the mother feeds it. Yeah. And if the mother don't eat, it dies. That's not how a human works. If my mom decides she don't want to eat, God rest her soul, she's no longer alive. But if she was alive and she decided she didn't want to eat tomorrow, it don't make me hungry, because I'm a human. I'm living independent. Humans live independent of other humans. If you need a human being to breathe and feed, then I don't know where to go with that, but no, it's not. If you can't take it out of her, you need her to be around, then no, it's not a human at that point. If you are a Christian, then what non-believers do should not concern you. As Corinthians 5:12 directs Christians to leave the judgment to him. In other words, mind your own damn business. Shout out to Tim Walsh there, Mother Tucker, but he says if you are a non-Christian, then what non-believers do should not concern you. And he's suggesting that Corinthians 5:12 states that by directing Christians to leave the judgment to the deity. It's a great point. I didn't know that. It kind of makes you want to look up Corinthians. That is a really good point, though. But like I said, there's a whole lot of non-Christian stuff going on in this country. A lot of folks are, in my opinion, from day one, it ain't just something now or under Trump or anything like that, but I think from day one, there have been a lot of people in this country that have been using Christianity simply to get their agenda met or as a measure of power. Because like I said, there's way too many instances of Christians doing things that you could easily say is not Christian. Like, I want to see what that verse is before I continue on, though. What was that? Corinthians 5:12. Am I holding church at this hour? This is not what I was intending to do, but I'm curious. Corinthians 5:12 is a rhetorical question that asks, for what have I to do with judging outsiders? Is it not those inside the church whom you are to judge? The verse conveys that Christians are responsible for holding each other accountable for sinful actions, but that is teaching does not apply to non-believers. Similar to what sounds like what he said. It isn't my response. Yeah, Corinthians 5:12. For what have I to do with judging outsiders? ? Is it not those inside the church whom you are to judge? It isn't my responsibility to judge outsiders, but it certainly is your responsibility to judge those inside the church who are sinning. That would exclude non-Christians. I do agree with what Mother Tucker said based on that verse. If you're going to go with the Bible, go with the Bible. And I'm not very religious, but I'm saying for those who are, if you're going to go with the Bible, don't run away from it when it says something you don't like. Will G, yes, Trump wants to make America white again. Damn. With the brown and black people in the back room going through the back door, not to ever be seen. And he's really suggesting Trump wants to go backwards. I hope that's wrong. Man, remember the old Rat Pack? Sammy Davis Jr. and not Fred Astaire. Old Blue Eyes. What the hell's his name again? I'm having a lot of biting moments tonight. But the Rat Pack. What is the main guy from the Rat Pack? I Did It My Way and all of those songs. I cannot think of the guy. Not Dean Martin. Frank Sinatra. Good old Frank. All of them. Well, Sammy Davis Jr., they were trying to make him go in the back door of a lot of the clubs they would perform at. And oftentimes, old Blue Eyes, Frank Sinatra would have to speak up and, fight for him to come in and be treated the right way. How do I know that? Bill O'Reilly has a book, what is it called? Killing the Legends. He talks about, I think it's Killing the Legends, but he talks about Killing Kennedy. He talks about all this. It's very interesting. But yeah, they were trying to do all of that back then. Make him go to the back door. But he's saying that Trump wants to take us back to that era when black people were kind of to be, seen and not heard almost. Wow. Trump got a lot of black voters. If that's true, Trump got a lot of black voters. Keep that in mind. Real quick in the comments. So racist, our borders are overran. Huh? So racist, our borders are overran. I don't quite get that. Trump fought for the blacks at Mar-a-Lago. You know something? Let me just say this, and I'm not suggesting that Trump is racist, and I'm not exonerating him either, but just because you do something good for a few blacks here or there, don't mean you are excluded from being racist. How many folks believe that Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton are racist? They got a lot of white friends. And it doesn't exclude folks from saying that they're racist. So if Trump dated a black girl or he's got a black, that don't really mean anything. You still could be that way. Because like I said, the right believes that Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are racist. And they got a heap of white friends and business investors and all of that. Right, he bought Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Okay, looking in the comments, let me make sure I didn't skip over anybody. Continue on with the program, though. He only going to get 8% of the black votes, no different than any other time he ran. I don't know if I agree with that, Diana. I think Trump may do better with blacks this time. Men, because the left has went too far, in many folks' opinion, in terms of demasculating men. The feminist movement, which is not very pro-man, LGBT, transgender stuff, a lot of alpha males are not fans of that. The Me Too movement destroyed. I mean, there's a lot of things. The left is more, I think the left has kind of grown to be more pro-woman as opposed to, in the middle. And a lot of alpha males are not fans of that. That's why the majority of the black votes Trump is getting are black men. Now, black women, yeah, it's going to be real low. It's going to be, I mean, you're talking probably, I don't know, I'd say 4 to 8%. Trump will probably get somewhere between 4 and 8% of the black women's vote. Now, the men, it could be 20% or more, 20 to 30%. But the women, it's going to be low. It's going to be real. I mean, I'm talking like Shorty got real low. I'm talking like that, like Flo Rida low. It's going to be pretty low. Will G, those black Trumpers don't care. All they say was the stimulus check and thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. That's where I give Trump credit for. When I always say the fact that Trump goes out and talks to the American people, even if it's not true. I think Charlemagne the God used to say that Trump lies better than Biden tells the truth. Fact is, Trump gets his message out there. For folks who've been believing that the stimulus check came from Trump's personal account, the Democrats did a piss poor job in making it clear that that did not happen. You're right, Will. A lot of people do believe that Trump actually, because he signed the checks, people believe that came out of his own personal finances. Democrats should have did more to clear that up. That's something I'll blame on the Democrats. Now, I want you to hear this clip. This is Trump, very quick clip. I'm going to ask you folks, and a very dead horse, I'll respond to your super chat right after this. And thank you, by the way, a very dead horse. I want to ask you, do you believe Trump can do this? This is a promise.
I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent something that nobody else will be able to do. I will prevent World War III, and you are very close to World War III. Biden and Kamala got us into this war in Ukraine, and now they can't get us out. They can't get us out. I watched him. We will. He's been saying that for 3 years. Every time Zelensky comes to the United States, he walks away with $100 billion. I think he's the greatest salesman on earth. But we're stuck in that war unless I'm president. I'll get it done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out.
You think he can do that? Stop World War III, can stop the Middle Eastern conflict, as he said. He can stop the Ukrainian-Russian. I do believe he can stop the Russian-Ukrainian war, but Zelensky ain't going to like that. I believe he'll pretty much just hand over to Ukraine and Russia, but I don't think he can do anything about the Middle Eastern war. I think that Trump is indeed pro. I think he's pro Netanyahu, pro Israel. But we've seen him move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He's pro Israel, so I believe that he would assist Netanyahu in just continuing to have his way with the likes of the Gaza Strip, everything to the north up there with Lebanon and all of that, Syria, all of that would be his, and probably Yemen and then Iran. I think he would get assistance from Trump, because we don't like those countries either. And certainly we won't like them under Trump. And you know what Trump was saying, even with the Iraq war, when he was calling it stupid, how we should have taken the oil. Well, we would get some of that in some of those regions. So I believe the Israeli conflict would be expanded if Trump gets in office, because the Democrats are threatening to suspend assisting the Israelis. Trump is kind of like just finished the job. So that war ain't going to end if Trump gets in office. The Ukrainian-Russia war, I think that would be over with pretty quickly, but it would be brutal on the Ukrainians. It wouldn't be favorable. A very dead horse. Damn, that's a hell of a name. Whether you want to hear it or not, the majority of the Democratic platform is anti-Christian. The Bible has a few verses about the pre-born children, including punishment for causing a woman to lose a child. Let me say this. I'm not totally against what you're saying. I don't believe the Democratic platform is anti-Christian. I believe the Democratic platform is similar to what they said, separation of church and state. I don't believe the Democratic platform takes religion into consideration. If you were required in America, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to consider religion as part of your platform, then you would be right, a very dead horse. You would be right. The Democratic platform would be anti-religion. But I believe the Democrats' platform does not consider religion at all. Does not. I mean, if you're going to be pro-Christian, yeah, you would destroy the LGBT community because all of that's a sin. All of that's considered a sin in the Bible. You would not only completely kind of almost outlaw the transgender community, you would also roll back same-sex marriage. All of that stuff is a sin. At least I was brought up to believe that way when I was reading the Bible. All of that's a sin. So yeah, of course, because let me just say this. In regards to the Democrats being having an anti-Christian platform, the Democrats are progressives. The Republicans or the conservatives tend to be traditional. The traditionalists kind of want the country to remain the way the founding fathers intended. The progressives continue to evolve. Now, the Bible is not about evolution. It's kind of very similar to the traditional. Just like the Constitution is. I mean, you can create amendments and evolve the Constitution, but it's hard as hell. But for the most part, the Bible is about, they want you to live your life in 2024 the same way they wanted you to live your life in 1824. The Bible hasn't changed. It's not about evolution. So, yeah, the Democrats are always going to seem to be anti-Christian because the Democrats believe in evolution. The Republicans believe in traditionalism, keep things the way they were. So, I mean, everything from legalizing marijuana, none of that stuff would happen in a traditionalist environment. It would all be very similar. I mean, hell, even when the Republicans freed the slaves, the Republicans were called progressives back then because that went against traditional America. Back in those days, the Democrats were called conservatives. So you're not going to get a lot of evolution out of the Republican Party because they're fighting to maintain tradition. Will G says all smoke and mirrors from Trump and hardly any pushback from the Democrats. Well, you had Biden in there, and Biden didn't really have a capacity to do rallies and talk to the American people enough. He was running the country, and we can debate whether it was good or bad, but Trump held rallies the whole time he was in office. So you know how they say if only one person is in somebody's ear, that's who they're going to believe. And Trump was talking to the public the entire 4 years he was in office and the entire 4 years Biden has been in office. Trump has been the predominant force talking to the public about what's good for the country and how it's being ran. Biden, maybe because he didn't have the capacity to do it, old age, whatever, he should have had more surrogates out there. There are plenty of liberals that would have taken that job. They can hold rallies. I mean, you could go and talk to celebrities and let them know, I think this guy is trying to, come back, because there's a lot of celebrities that are not Trump fans. You could have told them right after Biden became president, I think this guy plans to run again, and we got to make sure this never happens. I need you guys to, how many of you can commit to a free concert? One a year. How many of you folks, get a few celebrities, how many of you could commit to doing one television ad per year? I mean, you could have hundreds of them. If each one is only doing one or two every now and then, they would be in full circulation. And that would be speaking on behalf of Biden, who is not necessarily capable of doing it. But they should have got out in front of that. It's not like Trump tried to hide the fact that he was going to run again. In fact, right now, he remains the first president in U.S. history to announce he was running so early. I forgot when he announced, but he announced he was running for president over a year ago. They don't announce that soon. He's been announced he was running for president. Jacob West, Jesus Christ is Lord, glory be the one true God. Fine with it on YouTube, Jacob West, thank you. Fine with it on social media, not fine with it on the 10 Commandments in schools. Simply what you just said. And that's what people say, that there's nothing wrong with having the 10 Commandments up in schools, teaches kids morals and things like that. Not that part is on there. What you just said, Jacob West, about, thou shalt have no other God before me or something like that. That's part of the Ten Commandments. And that immediately ostracizes other religions. Like what you said, glory be, what he says, Jesus Christ is Lord, glory be to the one true God. So that means if you're a Muslim child, this says your God is not real. Jesus Christ is Lord, glory be to the one true God. So Allah's not a real God. This is where you create dissension. This is why I don't believe it should be in schools. Because you're telling the other children that are not Christian that the person they're worshiping is not a true God. This is why it shouldn't be in schools. It could lead to kids fighting over this stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, we know mankind has probably fought over religion more than anything else, probably even more so than land. Continuing on with the program, though. Appreciate you guys rolling with me this time of night. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't been soliciting that on TikTok. Get us up to about 50,000. See if I can get you guys to do that. If your thumbs are not lazy, tap the screen. Muslims do recognize Jesus. They don't recognize him as the one true God, and I don't think Christians recognize Allah at all. So, like I said, I don't think it's a good idea to put up in schools about one particular God being the one true God. There's a lot of religions that don't even believe Jesus at all. I think the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't acknowledge Jesus at all. So I just think you're opening up the door for a mess. Kids are going to school to be educated. I don't think this part of education should be in there. I get folks disagree with me, but religion is about faith. I mean, you can do a math equation here, and another child in another part of the country, if not the world, can do the same equation and come up with the same answer. Science project, similar results. Religion is not like that. It's about faith. It's about what's in you. Even folks who read the Bible, you can teach somebody the Bible and they may even interpret it in different ways. We see that all the time. I just don't think that's something that belongs in schools. I just think it could just create way too much tension and friction. Real quick in the comments, Mother Tucker, you're typing that over and over again. We kind of discussed that in detail, by the way. I don't know why you keep typing that. If you are a Christian in Corinthians 5, we went over that in detail. I gave your comment actually plenty of response, considering it's not even a super chat. You don't have to you're typing it over and over again. Jacob West says, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. That is, that's one of the things one of the issues I have, and like I said, I grew up Christian myself. It is a lot of fear mongering. It is a lot, if you don't follow, that's the way we're taught. If you don't follow God, it's just going to be a ton of punishments. Brutal. Leave your ass burning in flames. Just brutal shit. It's like, I don't know. I'm going to scare you into worshiping me. It's brutal. And like what you're talking about, Islamic roots comes from Ishmael. Ishmael is Abraham's son from Hagar, born out of God's plan. All right. Will G, the First Amendment, the freedom to practice one's religion is not limited to Christianity. Well said, which is where the right is getting this wrong. Christianity is what got us into this mess in the first place. Ouch. That is true. The First Amendment does not only protect Christianity, but I don't think what they're doing is part of the First Amendment at all anyway. I don't believe putting religion in schools is part of free speech. To me, that's almost like being forced. Because as I stated, if you had a school in Chicago, very liberal area, if you had a school in Chicago, liberal government, liberal governor, liberal mayor, liberal alderman, even a lower politicians in Chicago, all of that shit's liberal. Not a Republican in sight. If you had in the city of Chicago a school where children, in a public school, where children were forced to read the Quran, you'd have a hell of a lot of Republicans going ape shit. And it's in a neighborhood that ain't no Republican, ain't got nothing to do with you. They would be going ape shit about that. So so at the end of the day, it's like Christians are fine with forcing children to read about Christianity, but they would not be fine with children being forced to read about other religions. Then that ain't religious freedom. That's oppression. If you're okay with children being forced to read the Bible and forced to read about Christianity, but you would not be okay with them being forced to read about Muslims or Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons or Buddhism, then you're not for religious freedom. You're for religious dominance. You want or religious supremacy. You just want your religion to be the one. You want all the other religions to be treated kind of as you want your religion to be treated as a hierarchy. So I think that's wrong. I just believe that what Oklahoma is doing, and I will play this. We mentioned it earlier. There are a bunch of new folks in here. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. I tried to get up to about 50,000. Maybe that happen for you folks who enjoy this type of dialogue, open dialogue. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. I had a clip I wanted to play that was on par with this. Here we go. This is what I wanted you guys to hear. Now, this was on the evening news.
Turn now to Oklahoma tonight and the new ruling involving the Bible in public schools. That state now mandating teaching the Bible in schools effective immediately, calling it an indispensable historical and cultural touchstone. Here's Matt Rivers tonight.
Tonight, the top education official in Oklahoma directing all schools across the state to incorporate the Bible and the 10 Commandments into the curriculum. The new requirement for grades 5 through 12, effective immediately.
Every teacher, every classroom in the state will have a Bible in the classroom and will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom.
Oklahoma Superintendent Ryan Walters calling the Bible a necessary historical document to teach our kids about the history of this country. The move coming just days after Louisiana became the first state to require all public school classrooms to display the...
Well, first of all, let me interrupt and play what he just... I'll play the clip. It's only about 30 seconds long. But he said the Bible is a historical document of this country.
Move coming just days after Louisiana became the first state to require all public school classrooms to display the 10 Commandments. Texas and Utah weighing similar laws. Civil liberties groups are already suing Louisiana, arguing its new law is unconstitutional and violates the separation of church and state. Today's move by Oklahoma, they say, is part of a larger trend.
I think they are emboldened by this Supreme Court. I think the religious extremists saw the success they had with Roe versus Wade and are feeling emboldened all around the country. That is one of the reasons you're seeing this wave of Christian nationalism rising right now.
David, Oklahoma will be giving its school districts instructions on how to implement this policy for the upcoming school year, but the state superintendent says strict and immediate compliance is expected. Dave?
Strict and immediate compliance. Now, he stated that the Bible is a necessary historical document. How the hell is that? Burning bushes and parting the Red Sea. How is that a necessary historical document? Wow. If Christians really want to get froggy, the Bible is really only for by and wait a minute. You said if Christians really want to get froggy, the Bible is really only for, by, and to the Jews. And there are 613 laws that to follow, not just the 10 Commandments. Yeah, that's really froggy. You're way above my head. I'll go ahead and plead ignorance to all of that. If Christians want to really get froggy, the Bible is really only for, by, and to the Jews. And there are 613 laws to follow, not just the 10 Commandments. Yeah, I'd like to look it up. I've never heard that before. But yeah, just real quick what that politician in Oklahoma said.
In the classroom.
Oklahoma Superintendent Ryan Walters calling the Bible a necessary historical document to teach our kids about the history of this country.
It's not necessary. I mean, how many generations of Americans have grown up where this has not been taught, yet we remain the most powerful, wealthiest nation on earth. Why is it? It ain't necessary. We've proven that. That's a flat out lie. It's not necessary. It's what you want. It ain't like I don't even know where to go with that. It's not necessary. Let me go to the box, and I see somebody said it's true though. Trig, good name, because this is very triggering. Good evening.
Hey Tim, what's happening?
I don't know. I think Christianity is being shoved down our throats. Do you favor this?
So, I teach here in Chicago, right?
Oh, you are a teacher?
I am a teacher, yeah.
Grade school, high school, college?
I teach grammar school.
Grammar school. What grades?
I got 7th and 8th graders.
Okay, wow. Would you favor this?
I mean, it's pretty hard for us to do regular curriculum. Now you want us to do prayer, Bible. I mean, we're not a Catholic school, so you can't make any parents comply at all. No, this is not like you go to a Catholic school and you got the kids that they make you do at least one day a week and then one day on Sunday for the month or whatever to meet the requirements of being at that school. Public school is not like that. So.
But how about, is this something you often hear in the comments? I think this says stage something. There says Chirac, referring to where you live in Chicago. He says, might give these kids some discipline. In other words, if you taught them the Bible, maybe the kids would be more respectable.
Yeah, okay. I mean, shoot. Look.
I'll follow up, Mike. I'll follow up.
I'm going to say this, right? And I know I might get a little backlash, right? But I'd rather take my chances with Larry Hoover than for me to be talking about having these people tell me that, hey, the Bible and the Commandments is going to get these kids where they need to go. I mean, I just don't see it. You can't get these kids to walk next door if they live by a church.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you got, if you got 1,000 kids that live in the neighborhood, maybe 3 or 4 of them go to church.
Yeah. Yeah, church is, definitely.
It's trying to do something they don't have no clue. If it ain't about twerking or, turning up, they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And I mean, and for me to be an educator and trying to get them to think about something other than turn up and, let's go hang, let's go kick it, let's go tear them downtown. That's a job in itself. You know what I mean?
I'm curious, what side of Chicago you teaching on? Because I'm from Chicago.
I'm in the Wild Hunts.
Okay, I grew up on 128 in Emerald. So.
Yeah, I went to Corliss.
Okay, I was going to go to Julian, but I ended up living in Milwaukee for a short time. But 126 in Union, there's an elementary school there. That's the one I went K through 8. So
126 in Union. That's
Nansen. Yep, that is it. It's not called that anymore, though.
Nah, I mean, they got a bunch of individual mobile house buildings that's on the ground right now because they didn't have the space in the smaller school that they had, right?
Yeah. It was a small school. Yeah, it was a small school, but when I went there, I go back so far. I think I was we were like the second black family on the block. It wasn't a lot of, because I followed them on Facebook, And I put that in the post. I'm like, man, it's amazing at how, because everybody's talking about class of 60s and class of 70s, and all of the photos and everything are all white. And it's like, I must have came to this school. I can see like a few years before me, there was nobody black at the school, but by the time I got there, it was about 70-80% black. So the white flight thing was kicking in. But yeah, that's where I did K through 8.
Yeah, so and it wasn't a terrible place to be at
No.
when you did it.
No, it wasn't.
It was real calm, and you didn't have no problem. You can actually walk from where you were and walk across the tracks into West Pullman without any drama.
Yeah. It's a different time back then. It was definitely a different time back then. I don't think anybody in the neighborhood had a long rifle or a 100-round drum or any of that. It was a different time back then. Nobody. If somebody had a firearm, it might have been a Saturday Night Special or a little pistol or something like that. But yeah, the firepower they have now, nobody had that.
The times have changed, right?
Yeah.
And because the times have changed, we have to change with the times. And, I get that the Republicans, they believe, hey, we're going to push Christianity and see how that works, right? Or we're going to kill the Department of Education and we're going to give it to the states and let them do it, right? So, I mean, if you got your state legislator who he can't really do anything if he's not getting the backing of the federal government to help his school. I mean, look at the red states, right? Now, this is what made me really, really think about that. That was like crazy, right? So, all of the red states that I've known in my lifetime, I'm like 53, right? All of the red states that I've known, most of them have trouble with their education system. We talking Georgia, we talking Mississippi, we talking Alabama, we talking Louisiana. I mean, now I'm not talking about going into the college level. I'm talking about just the grammar school kids. Their testing scores are terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible. So now you want to sit here and get us to the states and hope and pray and cross your fingers that this is going to help them?
I don't see anything to be cheering about. And I see your comment over there on YouTube. Moogly says, "Stop honoring this drunk." I don't think he's suggesting, Trig, that you're under the influence.
I don't drink.
All right.
Period.
Fair enough.
Okay, I don't drink, I don't get high, and I don't do any other kind of illegal substance. So for him to say that is just totally disingenuous.
Yeah, and by the way, the statements you're making are on point and consistent. So it is what it is. Maybe he's going by the audio or something. But I do got to move it on, Trick. Go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
Hey, I said I was going to piss a few people off. So, hey, it is what it is.
All right. Fair enough. Thanks for coming through, Trick.
Right, have a good one.
You too. Have a good weekend. In regards to the comments, somebody said Roseland and I saw a comment I wanted to respond to. Somebody said was something about Roseland and Pullman. I think that was Alter Ego. Say ghetto as fuck. And that's true. Roseland nowadays is a very dangerous place to be. But when I grew up, for anybody who's been in Chicago, there's obviously a few Chicagoans in the chat, but back in the 70s and 80s, so even Roseland, for instance, that was a shopping district. They used to have a movie theater up and down Michigan Avenue over there. And in fact, that's where I seen the original First Blood, Rambo, with my dad, 1979. It was a lot of those hardcore hood neighborhoods in Chicago. Used to be decent areas. So that was one of them. Roseland is very dangerous by today's standards, but it wasn't like that when I was coming up back in the day. So, and the same thing with Roseland. In fact, that's the hospital my mom gave birth to me at, was in Roseland. It's not there anymore. And I'm not talking about Roseland Hospital. There was another one over there, but it was there. I'm your age and I'm from 89th. Yeah. All right. Alter Ego. So you know all about the Mag and Kiss Lips off the Dan Ryan, and what was the fun town over on 95th that no longer, I mean, I'm talking about places that no longer exist in Chicago. On the south side. Obviously everybody knows about Evergreen Plaza, all these places that no longer exist. But yeah, it wasn't always like that there. You know, Chicago has this reputation, but it wasn't always like that. Certainly when I grew up. And like I said, even, you know, growing up in some of the worst neighborhoods in Chicago, the amount of firepower the criminal element has in these neighborhoods, they never had that. In fact, when I grew up, the amount of gangs, I think it was the Disciples, there was like one or maybe one or two gangs. They didn't have all these different factions. You joined a gang back then, you know, for protection against other bullies in school and things. There was no drug gang back in those days. The drug game wasn't what, only once they put, let's say the crack epidemic popped up, suddenly grown men were in gangs. When I was a child, grown men you didn't have grown men in gangs. But once you could start suddenly making a ton of money running drugs and some of these other crimes, and then all of a sudden you started having grown people in it. And of course, money is the root of all evil, and now you got people getting murdered and shit like that. But there were gangs when I was a child. Nobody was getting murdered. That stuff wasn't happening. Because you could join a gang, but you couldn't make a ton of money in a gang like you can now. You didn't have that element in it. Once that element got into it, now you got adults in it. I mean, people buying off cops and shit and politicians. Now it's just awful. And that's what happened. Once the drug game came around, the gang culture just turned dark. Just turned really dark. But that didn't happen in my childhood. Anyway, looking in the comments, what they were, the Chiefs, I don't quite get what you're saying there, but yeah, it was before the drug game, gangs were essentially, you know, a few blocks here, hanging together, nobody could fuck with them. Yeah, maybe they went around and committed a few small crimes, maybe steal a bike or spray paint something. That was it. They weren't murdering people and doing all this crazy shit. But it was just the people hanging together for unity. You know, they didn't always, like I said, they weren't exactly law abiding, but they weren't committing major felonies and shit like that. But once you made it so that gang members could make a bunch of money in the game, all kinds of nefarious characters started getting involved. And that's when adults started getting into it. And adults just made the criminal element get worse and worse and worse. And like I talked about, firepower, now people carrying guns around and shit like that. None of that was happening. None of that was happening. I didn't know, you know, when I was going, I'd say certainly, probably even when I was in high school, you know, and I went to high school in the rougher parts of Milwaukee, but I still came back to Chicago. I didn't know anybody my age when I was 14, 15 that was carrying guns and shit like that. That wasn't happening back then. Different day. And even then, there wasn't a lot of folks that were in that age category that was making a ton of money off the drug trade yet either. Now, a lot of them folks are profiting. You got 15-year-olds actually paying the bills at the crib. Didn't happen when I was coming up. It was illegal to own a gun in Chicago when we were young. Shit, it was illegal to own a gun in Chicago until just recent. That didn't stop. It's illegal to own a gun in Chicago throughout most of the 90s. That didn't stop. During the crack epidemic, it was illegal to own a gun through a lot of that. They still had them. So Hood don't own any airplanes or ships. I don't know if that's true anymore. There's a lot of money in the Hood. Back in the day, maybe. Willie Lloyd, Minister Rico, Walter Wheat, Tony Johnson, all adults. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Once you let the adults get in the game, it got really dangerous. That's what happened as adults got in it. Back before then, adults were into shit like pimping and running numbers and stuff like that. They weren't in, you know, they weren't in a vicinity where they could come in contact with kids. Kids didn't really run numbers. Kids obviously wasn't pimping hoes. That's where they were making their money from, stuff like that. Drug game kind of squashed everybody together, and lots of more people started getting killed. Real quick in the comments, a person in a gang at 40 and 50 got life fucked up. No, a lot of them got life quite wealthy. That ain't always true. That ain't always true. A lot of folks, there are people on the police department, people in the military that are representing these gangs. Some people you think that are prominent members of society are getting off work and going and hanging out with somebody in the gang and counting up a ton of money in drugs. It's people that you think that are prominent members of society. It ain't always somebody who got life fucked up. Somebody that may be living life considerably more wealthy than you are. There's a lot of money in it now. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not defending it, but I'm saying there's a lot of money in it now. Real quick in the comments, and I see that cut says stop honoring this drunk Moogly. He disagrees with you. What do I need to do to get on a call with you, says Isaiah? Well, we're on TikTok. The audio you're hearing is from TikTok, Isaiah. And if you come on, I'll bring you right up. So that is how. My comment was from Mr. Mike on this feed. By the way, folks, tap the screen. I'm trying to get up to 50,000. We could probably do that if some of you folks tap the screen, let your thumbs not be lazy. You're riding with your boy after midnight, way beyond when I normally do these lives. I do them. We're going to be doing them every day until election day, but we normally do them at a reasonable hour. So if you do favor this type of open dialogue, we don't block, ban, or censor anybody. We are MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome as well, but we certainly are MAGA friendly. Nobody gets blocked, banned, or censored. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. If you enjoy that type of dialogue, follow the program on TikTok. Subscribe on YouTube if you will. We're here every day. I'm downloading TikTok right now, says Isaiah. If I see you out there, I got you. God only loves inbreds with properties. Yikes. You ever look into SteamYard for bringing up white viewers? Oh, YouTube viewers. You said that he used the acronyms YT. On TikTok, the acronyms YT often refers to white people, but he meant YouTube. He said, you ever look into StreamYard for bringing up YouTube viewers? I saw YT, thought he said white. My apologies. No, I never heard of StreamYard. No, I have never heard of StreamYard. And I would absolutely love to talk to more YouTube viewers because that's where my MAGA is at. I got far more MAGA on YouTube than on TikTok. So I would love to figure out how to do that. Tap, tap, tap. Let's go. Thank you, Moxie. Let's say Moxie. Appreciate that. How would you identify yourself politically? Left leaning or more of a centrist? Center left. Center left. I can see good and bad on both sides, but more probably I lean left. Like for instance, giving police immunity and bringing back stop and frisk. I'm left on that issue. I know a lot of the policies that Trump is promoting. Well, not policies. He's talking about securing the border. I'm a big fan of that. So not his social issues. There you go. A lot of social issues that Trump is promoting, I disagree with. I don't believe in forcing a woman to carry a baby to term if she don't want to. I certainly don't believe in forcing a kid to read the Bible if they don't want. Those are right-wing policies or social issues, at least right now. So, I'm not as I hesitate to use this term, but in my opinion, it's kind of relevant. I'm not as hateful to the transgender community. And I say hate, I mean genuinely hateful. It's not, I don't want it forced on my kids or I don't want to shut down my kids. No, it's beyond that. Because the whole Bud Light thing, where you got Kid Rock shooting a Bud Light can because a transgender woman was sponsored, that had nothing to do with kids being shoved, something being shoved down the throat of a child. Nothing to do with a child worried about a man playing on a girl's sports team. None of that. And they went apeshit about that too. So, yeah, I'm not on the social side of hating the LGBT community and transgender community like this. So I would say center left on certainly on the social issues. But you are two babies. G. Callie, I don't quite get that. I have a crush on my dad. How do I tell him I'm a girl but I'm pregnant to my brother. Jack, you're up too late, Jack. I suggest you watch some old reruns of Jerry Springer and catch a nap. So I don't know where else to go with that. I'll leave it at that. I think you meant God is great. Good is great. God is good. He does the things you never could. All right. Jack's doing a little bit of trolling. Yeah, we get that. It happens. We got thick skin here. We don't mind. The guy's going around trolling in her room saying he's pregnant with a crush on it. No, I don't. Look, I got a thick skin. I don't mind a little bit of trolling, but what I don't favor, what I don't allow is somebody typing the same comment over and over again. That's when I start banning them. And I rarely ban folks. I think I can probably count on one hand how many people I've banned over at least the last 12 months. But you do get folks. Some people want to type the N word, so they'll type N-I and they'll spell it out each letter because they know the algorithm won't let them kind of folks I ban. If you're adding nothing to the program but that kind of shit, then I'll finally come. Yeah, I gotta ban you for that. But otherwise, most of you folks are civilized no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And we tend to every time. Let me go back to the box. And I agree with Moxie. Tap the screen. Get us 100K might be a bit much for this time of night. Texas born. Everything's big in Texas. Shout out to Texas born. Good evening.
Good evening. What's happening, my brother?
Not much at all. Good to have you on, man. So what brought you on this time of night?
Oh man, I've been listening to you for a good while, and I was listening to some of the beautiful people talking about Christianity and stuff like that.
Do you think that's a good idea, though? You favor it?
No, that's not a good idea, but I second that what you said. It's not good to put it in schools. You have too many different religions out there, so just. They're going to cause a little chaos with the kids anyway. The kids, they do a little bullying and all that mess like that. Then when you got that, you're going to call a little uproar with the children.
Yeah, and that's what I tend to think is when you start talking about my God is the only real true God and all of that kind of stuff, yeah, you are going to cause, because the children then are going to be comparing who they believe in and who they worship, and that's just drama.
Yeah, that's all the unnecessary fights that you don't need to have.
Yeah.
It's like unnecessary. Why do that to the kids?
Yeah.
Even though I'm a Christian, and one other statement was made by some of my conservative brothers is that I hope they don't think they have a monopoly on Christianity, because even liberals, some of them are Christian. They grew up in Christian households.
A lot of them, certainly the African Americans, but in regards to do they have a monopoly on Christianity? You do realize that some folks do believe that Southern Baptists are the real Christians and the rest of the folks are just kind of faking the funk. People do believe. They do believe that. So.
According to my teachers, no, they don't. I'm a minister. I've been a minister for a long time, so it's weird that they can say that. My grandfather was a forefather of Mount Taylor's Baptist Church. I grew up in the Baptist church.
So did I.
And it's weird how people would think that. Because I understand the name calling, I understand all that. I leave it up to them.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, they're not true Christians doing all that. You all the name calling, you call these people's what they call them, demon rats or whatever they call them.
Demon rats.
Yeah, demon rats. I'm like, wow. Somebody grandmother that fallen off in the pool pit somewhere. Weird cock over call me what?
The name, the name calling is out of control, man. But a lot of folks on the right favor that. I mean, certainly coming from Trump, they think it's Trump calling it like he see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I can't. I can understand Trump saying some crazy stuff like that when he really not a Christian himself. He said that much. He said that much out there, and these people keep following a guy who's not religious and who never asked for forgiveness.
Yeah. But I understand that though. You're right. Trump is not a Christian, and he stated he's never asked God for forgiveness, but he is getting things done. If you are evangelical, you're going to go with Trump over any liberal, because say what you want about his own personal religion, he is getting things done.
Yeah, I guess the devil to them is their friend. So they love to keep the devil in their back pocket to do all the bad things they wish they can do themselves. However,
I don't know if I would. No, I mean, like I said, if you're an evangelical, he's better than any religious politician you could ever get. He is actually making it happen.
Yeah, he's making it happen on your demise or other people's demise.
Well, that's kind of how the religion has always worked. I mean,
well, yeah, you kind of right about that. We according to a history lesson, we talk about the Crusades and all that, what they did. Blood was all the way up to their kneecaps.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, spreading the gospel at the time, but at the same time, times have changed. These are different times. We are not forcing things we ain't forcing things by the sword as per se, because the Bible now is your sword.
Hopefully. Hopefully. I want to agree with you. Hopefully.
Well, in retrospect, I understand what you're saying about different things. With some people, they go out there and do some atrocious things.
Yeah. But
that's not in the cause of Christianity of God. They doing it because of their own volition. You know, because they hear a couple words from somebody else who indoctrinated them to believe whatever, and they go out there and do bad things on their own volition because some people that hype them up and do it. It's the same thing in Islam. When you got radicals in Islam, Islam is not bad as people might think it is. It's the people who got radicalized in it.
Yeah.
Because it teaches you to be peaceful. The Bible teaches you to be peaceful.
Yeah, so, in this country, that's the last thing we ever will state, is that Islam is not about being violent. In this country, people believe being Islam means you're going to be a terrorist.
and that's true, because immigrants love company. If you don't read and study their history and stuff like that, you will come to believe certain things you see on TV, because the imaging they show you is the imaging that perceive in your mind. People are going to believe all that type of stuff because of what they see on the TV or what somebody else told them, because they haven't sit down and read it themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, with yourself being a pastor, is it safe to say you kind of lean towards Trump? I mean, he is doing what the evangelicals want. Sound like you want red? Sound like you can use a red hat.
No, sir, I cannot accept that for my beautiful brother Trump. God bless that beautiful brother. I just hope that one day he come down to the altar and confess all his sins and try to and really become a Christian. And he might can get some of that stuff up out of him, and that whatever that spirit they holding within him, and listen to them other people who tell him to say crazy stuff. Wow. Because I think it's the guy that's the Trump. See, Trump used to be over. He should be over into the other people in the black neighborhoods and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. He didn't have the ideology he have now. His ideology was different.
Yep. I say, it's interesting you say that, because I hear people all the time saying, why do folks say he's a racist, or why do folks say he's this or that? He used to hang out with blacks, he used to date black, and I say the same thing what you just said. He used to be a different person. When he was hanging around blacks, he wasn't saying the stuff he's saying now.
No, man, because we loving people, brother. We smooth, we cool sailing. We ain't all about that drama. We ain't all about, what people think, the perception what people think we are not.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in the middle upper class black neighborhood. My grandmama never taught me to hate anybody. It was always love.
Do you see any genuine hate from Trump?
Do I say general hate?
You said your grandmother taught you not to hate. Do you see any instance where Trump is hating?
No. Trump is an opportunist.
Okay, that's different.
To me, I don't really. I can see what people might think that, but it's more about money. It's more about it's not what people probably perceive it would be. It's about other people. It's in his ear and his influences. Sometimes his decisions. You know, Trump got people around him telling him different things.
So you make it sound like he's not necessarily about hate, but he's an opportunity. You're talking about money. So if somebody else was about hate and they were willing to sponsor him, he might be willing to do what they want. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh my God! But I don't want to say that. God forbid. But at the same time, it might be.
So he's not. He himself is not someone who hates, but he is easy enough to be bought out to become an agent of hate.
Yes, because the influence of other people. If he get all these yes men to his cabinet, but he got other people to influence his ideals, what he want. Because to me, he enjoyed to see a strong man approach. Because he wish he had that authority. If something probably happened in his childhood, I don't know what happened. But him to have that strong desire to be on top. Because if you look at people who like to be on top, they like to have a demand for people to listen to them so they can rule over them so they can get stuff up out of them.
Well, it's done well for him. I got to move it on, Texas born, but Trump has done well in the business world with that mindset, so I can understand why it's hard to get it out of him. Appreciate you coming through, though. Go ahead. Go ahead. The last word is yours.
No, I just want to say, brother, God bless you and God bless everyone in your right here in your TikTok, and y'all have a beautiful and blessed Saturday today. All right.
Thank you. My sentiments exactly. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your weekend. Mowgli says Trump's own family said he regularly uses the N-word. I don't know. Do you think that's true? I don't know. Is he that bad? By way of yes or no in the comments, how many folks believe that's true? Now, Mowgli, thank you for the super chat, is saying that Trump's own family is suggesting that he regularly uses the N-word. So just refers to African Americans by the N-word. By way of yes or no, how many of you folks believe that might be true? I think if he was doing, I think you would have heard of it already. I know Melania fuck Christmas, says Ryan Q. I think if he was doing it, I think you would have heard it by now from more sources. Certainly from Michael Cohen. Seems like Michael Cohen would have said that. Because Michael Cohen did accuse Trump of racism, but he didn't even say nothing that strong. I think Trump is aware he might be recorded. I don't know. If Trump was aware he might be recorded, he wouldn't have said all the things he said so far. And I do believe he's being recorded. Even now, I believe, Trump has spoken negatively of so many high-powered organizations like the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, not to mention all of the other organizations like the CDC, the FDA. Man, the EPA. It wouldn't surprise me because there's a lot of people that would lose money in job security. In addition to the fact that he's also talked about taking down elite players of some of these organizations. I think Steve Bannon has stated if Trump gets reelected, they're going after Comey, Fauci, General Milley, of course. Who else did he name? I can't remember. I think he might have named Petraeus, but he's going after all these high-powered folks. There's a lot of people that do not want Trump reelected, and it ain't got nothing to do with just Democrats. But at the same time, okay, like for instance, he did talk about using the National Guard and possibly the military to go after radical left folks. Like I think he mentioned wasn't Chuck Schumer. Who was it? Schiff, Adam Schiff. Now, regardless of the fact that Schiff leans left, he has friends and associates on the Republican side of the aisle. You can be anybody that's been in politics that long, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Mitch McConnells, they got friends on the other side. They don't want to see the guy have the military used. I mean, I don't know what Adam Schiff has done to the. I mean, look, if Adam Schiff, while in Washington, has broken some laws, he testifies before Congress and they bring him to justice if so. Why is the military needed? That sounds like violence. That sounds like no due process. This isn't a guy you're going to need to send out somebody to bring him into justice. This guy's going to show up on his own. If there's some kind of warrant or some kind of indictment where he's required to testify, even if it looks like they're trying to get him, he's going to show up on his own. You don't need to. Why do you need the military? The military sounds like violence. So when folks suggest, well, Trump's trying to be a dictator and folks go, well, the liberals are just fear-mongering, he's not. It's this kind of stuff. Why do you say that? What about Adam Schiff requires the military? Like I stated, if the guy is committing crimes, have him testify before Congress, have a case, and if he's guilty, so be it. Where's the military involved in this at? So yeah, Trump is making statements that sound like he is about violence of some sort. I don't know what would be the purpose of that. How about when Biden said he was going to take Trump out to the woodshed? He did say that, take him back under the bleachers. But Biden's gone now. Biden is gone now. I mean, I get your point. I'm not downplaying it, but Biden is gone now. Trump is coming up talking like that. And by the way, deflecting to Biden doesn't defend Trump. It just says, okay, well, Biden is bad too. You're actually not defending Trump. You're just trying to bring up somebody else. Human trafficking with open borders. I will say this, and I see somebody in the comments, Luke said, somebody said you need to educate yourself on human trafficking. Here's one of the things I don't get. Why are the immigrants treated like they're doing all this stuff by themselves? Fentanyl, human trafficking, sneaking into the country. Why are we not pursuing any of the Americans that are helping them do this stuff? I have never heard of, we talk about fentanyl taking the life of a lot of Americans. Fentanyl being a lethal drug that is killing a lot of Americans. I have yet to hear of any Americans suggesting that somebody pinned them down and forced fentanyl into their system. They're bringing fentanyl over here because there are people in this country that want it. Just like cocaine, heroin, marijuana, when it was highly illegal. The things that illegal immigrants are doing in this country fall under the category of meeting the demand. Even human trafficking, you're bringing up child trafficking and human trafficking. They're not trafficking humans or children, bringing them into the country and forcing Americans to partake in the activity. Americans want that shit. That's why they're doing it. It's not excusing the immigrant for their behavior, but supply and demand is at play here. And we're pretending like the immigrants are the only ones that's responsible for this stuff. It's not like the immigrants are coming over here and just selling fentanyl and doing all that on their own. There are plenty of Americans that are in the fentanyl drug selling game. We're literally pretending like the immigrants are the only ones to blame. They come over here and they get jobs, get paid under the table. We don't mention nothing about all the Americans that are hiring them so that they don't have to pay wages that are commensurate, that are comparable to the U.S. labor laws. A lot of times these are rich Americans. These are Americans that are fairly well off, that just want cheaper labor, that are willing to break the law. You don't hear any of this stuff being mentioned. It's as if the illegal immigrants are just doing all this shit on their own. You hear Trump talk about any illegal that goes out, or better yet, right-wing media in general, not just Trump, right-wing media in general. Any illegal that goes out and commits a crime or harms somebody, eating cats and dogs and all of this. Perfect example, the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, the ones that are allegedly eating pets. Now, both the mayor and the governor of Ohio, the mayor of Ohio, the governor of Ohio, the mayor of Springfield, are both saying that they needed folks to come to that town to work. Some factory, I don't know if it's an Amazon plant or whatever. Where are Trump and his people chastising that company? If the mayor is saying we had to bring these folks in here because we needed workers, then they're there to meet the demand of that company. This is what I'm talking about, supply and demand. You don't hear Trump chastising any Americans that are involved in this. He should be bringing up that company. Can't do it, though, because a lot of these people are donors to his campaign. Same thing. There's a lot of major factories and hotels and farm sites that hire a bunch of illegals. You don't hear Trump or his supporters talking about the farmer that hired 30 illegals on his farm they caught, or, a Tyson food meatpacking plant where they found 100 illegals. No, because them folks oftentimes are tied to lobbyists that donate money to his campaign. So you only hear about the lowly illegal immigrant because they make easier victims. But the illegal immigration problem would not be anywhere near at the level it is if it wasn't for American co-conspirators involved in it. Now, you can talk about Biden and Kamala to some degree too. I mean, they believe it's going to turn into votes. I do believe that. I think that the liberals are favorable to immigrants because they believe it's going to turn into votes. But the right are favorable to immigrants as well because the right favors big business and it's going to turn into cheap labor, which is why, as I stated, you don't hear Trump criticizing any business that hires illegals. Just like we can go around and find a few illegals that have committed felonies and harmed people, it would probably be very easy to find hundreds of Americans that are hiring them. That would be very easy to find. But they're not focused on that. They want to find the rapists and murderers and the ones that are committing bad acts, cats and dogs. I don't know where they're. But if you wanted to really get to the meat of the problem, you would go after the Americans that are involved in it, and he doesn't do that. The cartel doesn't even traffic the primary amount through the open border, instead preferring using boats and corrupt customs agents to, well, the corrupt customs agents, those are Americans. Those are Americans. And you say to smuggle significant weight. They're handing it off often to Americans. There are everybody from cops on the payroll to politicians. All of that shit's American. But in the fentanyl trade, the only people they're criticizing is the immigrant, is the cartel member, is the Hispanic person. When they get that shit into this country, they got all kinds of Americans on the payroll. Illegal Americans, I'm talking about criminals, and they got legitimate politicians, police officers, all of that shit. None of that gets mentioned by Trump. None of it. It's like it's some kind of secret ploy to go after illegal immigration without criticizing any American that's involved in it, other than Biden and Kamala Harris. I have worked with illegals. Most of them are chill as fuck, says Brady. Yeah, I get it. I've heard that before. Over 300,000 missing migrant children. Damn, that's a lot. Yes, the United States is spoiled and entitled. I admit that. Yeah, well, like I said, if you want to get rid of the illegal immigration problem, it's never going to happen if you ignore the American co-conspirators. Remember Trump talked about building a wall, and in the middle of that wall, I'm going to put a great big door so people can come legally. That's where all your crime's going to come through, is that fucking door. They're not going to climb over the wall. If you're not going to hold the Americans accountable, then they're just going to bribe off Americans and pay them to let them in. That's where the crime's going to come through, through the door. Are you conveniently avoiding conservative comments, since Jessica Brown? I did not avoid yours. You just didn't say anything conservative there. I'm around them all the time on construction sites. Yeah, I'm just talking about, if you watch Trump rallies, you don't hear him criticizing Americans that are co-conspirators in the illegal immigration problem. You do not hear him talking about that. You'll hear him talk about Lincoln Riley and folks that were victimized by him. Let me hear about all of the folks that hired people illegally. Not one. No comment at all about that. There's always a recession, depression after a Republican administration. Yikes. Screw abortion topic. Not that important. said shame. Well, it is if it's important to you. If your daughter was sexually assaulted or something like that, it would suddenly be very important. America is a continent and a country built by immigrants. Complaining about immigrants is so hypocritical. There's a level to it, though. You can't just let anybody in the country, any quantity. Nobody's been vetted. You have to protect the border to some degree. We have a lot of enemies worldwide, and it's easier and easier to get here. You just can't let anybody in. Trump is smart. You have to talk about the things that push buttons. Don't understand that. If they couldn't find jobs, they wouldn't come. Facts only. I agree with that 100%. I do agree with you. If they could not find jobs, they wouldn't be coming anyway. In fact, when Obama was president, at the beginning, when the economy started taking a downturn, they were going back. Whiskey Romeo, WR, good evening. Or good morning.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey,
what's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. What am I getting wrong about this?
You ain't getting nothing wrong. You been getting everything right.
Thank you.
The last time I talked to you was in February or March, and it's hard to get on your show. I be like, man, I'm trying to get up here. The last time I talked to you, I told you about the police immunity.
Ooh.
You asked me what Joe Biden had did. And I say they police immunity in Project 2025. You say I hadn't heard that. Yeah. I'm going to look into it. Ever since then, I've been praising you because that is the biggest problem. And some things, I wrote it down tonight because you move fast.
All right.
So you was talking about hate.
Yes.
So this is what I say about hate. The hotels, that's hate. When you check off applications, when you talk about cats and dogs, you know what I'm saying? We eating cats and dogs. When you talk about the casinos owning the Indians, trying to, get into.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did say that guy doesn't look like he's an Indian.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And then so all that's part of hate. And then what the other thing I wanted to say too, because I wrote it down. So he don't never say nothing good about black people when you hear him say that. Okay.
He likes Tim Scott, and wait, hold on. I'll disagree with you with this. And by the way, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think that's what I'm reading. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the support. He does say Trump, as in Trump 2024. You say he don't say anything good about black folks. I disagree. I think he said what he spoke favorably to Tim Scott. He called that awful lieutenant governor out there in I'm trying. He called that awful lieutenant governor out there in South Carolina that talked about he's a black Nazi. He called him the second coming of Martin Luther King.
Well, he said
I'm trying.
The windmills, he said the sharks, he said all that. So I really think he talking layers, and I think he talking codes. He talked to certain people who he want to talk to. He said nothing when George Floyd got unalived. He didn't say nothing about Breonna Taylor. He didn't say nothing about Ahmaud. He didn't say nothing good. You never hear him say that about people of color. And when I'm not talking about people like me and you. I look just like you, and I'm in my 50s. And I've been listening to you for a long time. Now, when Trump ran the last time, you had a lot of mega support, and I say, man, I ain't listening to him. He's mega. And then I did Judge Judy, so don't feel bad. I did Judge Judy like that too. But then I sat down and I listened, and I see what you mean about you have real dialogue, freedom of speech, just like you were saying today when she said about taking TikTok and all this away,
Yeah.
Freedom of speech. Just like when Trump says certain stuff, it's all freedom of speech. So it's all getting eaten away at a certain, at a certain pace. So I never hear nothing good said, Trump say nothing good. Even in the bad times, he never say, I'm sorry about George Floyd. I'm sorry about Breonna Taylor. You never hear him go on the news about that and talk about it. You never TV.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna hear Trump apologize for anything. I mean, that's just the way he is.
Well, that's his bad. But and then we're gonna talk about the police immunity. So when you get down to the police immunity, he know what he's doing because ICE didn't work last time when he was in there. And the children still separated from their parents. So he did all that. And he figured they came together. It's a meeting of minds. They came together and they said, "Hey, man, we can't do it without, just like you've been saying, the military or let the police go back to stop and frisk." Okay, so that's what we're going to be dealing with. So like you never been convicted. Your record clean as much. This is what you always say. My record cleaner than most police officers, but mine not. So when the police get behind me just to run my tag, I get antsy. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't never know what's going to happen.
Right.
Even though I've been home 16 years and I don't do nothing, I stay at home. And just imagine this. The man started that if he get in office and get him police immunity, you got to stop and frisk again. You're going to have to make a decision what time you get home.
Yep.
You're going to make a decision what time you're going to be out in the streets in the day and night. Because just like I mentioned, Breonna Taylor, all them people, George Floyd, it's going to be worse. The guy in Mississippi. Everybody spoke highly of him, his whole family. But you just going to put that around your neck and hang? And no, I don't believe that. And then the one after that, So, then the military, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to turn come on. What that mean? You're going to turn the military, everybody who vote for that, I really think they got a problem because when the police go to door looking for people who ain't supposed to be here, you're probably going to get caught up in it too. And that's all I got to say, Tim. And I'm going to drop it down and listen to you.
All right, WR, appreciate you coming through. Have a good morning. Thank you. And I will say this. I see in the comments, somebody stated when he was talking about Trump giving police immunity, and somebody in the comments stated that is something. I think that says Trade Alliance said that's something that the president of the United States cannot, that they cannot do. Or that's not something that the president or the POTUS does. Here's the problem, and I'm a strong believer that there is absolutely nothing wrong with holding a politician or a political candidate. There's nothing wrong with holding a political candidate accountable for what's coming out of their mouth. When I talk about the fright of Trump promising to give police immunity, it's very common to have the right pushback. Well, he can't do that. Then why don't he know it? Why is he saying it? What's making him think he can? Or is he just flat out deliberately lying to the people? So many folks want to defend him on it. Well, he can't do it. Then why is he saying it? Because he's saying it a lot. He's actually said it 2 or 3 different times. How do you as a citizen know what he can't do, but he has served in office for 4 years already and he thinks he can? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe he can do it and you don't know. Whatever the case may be, something is making him continue to say it. And as I stated, I don't find anything wrong with holding a presidential candidate accountable for what's coming out of their mouth. Nobody is holding him down, making him say this stuff. He said it on his own. So if you don't want to hold him accountable, then tell him to stop saying it. He's saying it on his own. So like I said, I'm not going to fall for he can't do it because he thinks he can do it.
We're going to rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job. We'll take over the horribly run capital of our country, Washington, D.C., and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital city so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world.
And one of the things I will point out also, one of the common pushbacks is that he's not talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. He's talking about qualified immunity. He's talking about doing things so that police cannot be wrongfully sued. You notice in this statement, the word qualified immunity never came out of his mouth. Not once did he ever say anything about qualified immunity. And in regards to protecting police from frivolous lawsuits, he said immunity from prosecution. You don't get prosecuted during a lawsuit. That's a civil case. You don't prosecute somebody doing. So he clearly is talking about something where the police might be committing, rather. I'm having a Biden moment. He's clearly talking about something where police might be doing that normally might be considered criminal. That's usually violence or violating your constitutional rights or your civil rights in some way or fashion or form. Immunity from prosecution. If you are prosecuted, that means you committed a crime. So he is clearly talking about ignoring or giving them immunity from something that right now is a crime to do. He doesn't state what it is. And I see in the comments, Jessica Brown says that's not how it works. Then feel free to elaborate on how it does, because this is real hazy. It's cool at the It's cool at the Democrats are doing. I don't get what you're saying there, Mike. Critical thinking, he will use the government to kill blacks. Damn. Michael Rowe. I don't know if he's trying to use the government to kill blacks, but I do believe this could lead to that, because when you say you're going to give police immunity for prosecution in liberal cities, you're going to work with liberal mayors and liberal governors. Yeah, the overwhelming majority of people committing crime in liberal cities are black. He's not talking about doing this in rural Alabama. He's talking about liberal cities. He mentioned D.C., where there's a huge black population. That's where the cops are going to get immunity. Now, he could have said we're going to give police around the country immunity so they'll have it everywhere. No, he deliberately picked liberal cities. That's where the black people live at. That's where people of color live at. So those are the folks that are going to be dealing with cops that have immunity. There's no way I can support that. That's dangerous to me. Because as my last caller pointed out, I always bring up that I don't have a criminal record. My criminal record or my criminal history is cleaner than most cops. But I would probably, I'm not for sure, but I probably would do something that was criminal if I knew I could get away with it with no accountability. Might rob a bank or two. Shit, I could use some extra money. I know I ain't gonna get I know I'm not gonna have any accountability. There are cops that go to work pissed off. You know, maybe the wife has mistreated them, or they lost a ton of money in divorce, or maybe somebody that looks like you who they're pulling over did something wrong to a family member of theirs last week. This may take it out on you. There's no accountability for it. So the idea that if you give police immunity, you shouldn't have to worry about it, I don't favor that at all. And I also will say this. When somebody said in the comments, do you think he will pardon the people that are in jail from the January 6th debacle? Well, he said he would, so I can't. Yeah, I think he'll pardon. Not only because Trump says a lot of wild shit, so we don't always do. But in the case of the January 6th folks, it was a love fest. It was a good day. You're making songs with the January 6th choir. Yeah, I think he's going to pardon them. Everything Trump has said about January 6th has been positive, other than Ashley Babbitt losing her life there that day. Everything else he's said about January 6th has been positive. So yeah, I certainly feel confident that if I was in there, if he gets reelected, there's a really good chance of me getting out. Well, I believe that. You're taking things out of context and fear-mongering, says Jessica Brown. If this wouldn't be here to take out of context if he didn't say it. Immunity from police. Can't take it out of context if it's not said. Using the military to deal with the likes of Adam Schiff and radical left liberals. Can't take it out of context if he doesn't say it. Or, I'll follow up by saying this. There will be less people taking that out of context if he cleared up exactly what he's talking about. Now you're saying that's not how immunity works. Well, then why didn't he say that? Then what is he promising? What are cops not allowed to do today that he wants to give them immunity so they can do tomorrow? Why didn't he clear it up? You can't suggest that people are taking things out of context when you don't put it in context. You hear what he said? You're telling me what he said is in clear context? No, you got to add words to a lot of this stuff just to make it make sense. Well, he meant qualified immunity. It's not in there. He didn't say it. You're adding it in there. If you got to add words into it, then he's not stating it in context. So you can't blame or fault folks for taking it maybe out of context because he's not clearing it up. You don't know what the hell he means. Everybody have to explain what Trump say like I do with my 2-year-old grandson. And that's the problem, is that we elected Trump because he shoots from the hip. He calls it as he sees it. But the minute he starts talking, you need damn near 4 or 5 translators. Why don't he just say it? And I agree in the comments, T-Mac says a good leader is easy to follow. He's not. He's not, because MAGA is constantly following up saying, well, he actually meant this, or he's taking that out of context. Only time I've really seen a clear-cut example of Trump being taken out of context was the Bloodbath comment. He clearly was talking about the auto industry, and the left ran with that and tried to really demonize him with it. In that case, I agree he was taken out of context. But usually he says some wild shit, and MAGA comes along and they're just trying to explain it. And just literally, like the cats and dogs thing, for instance. He's pretty much, him and J.D. Vance has pretty much come out and admit that they lied about that to get attention to the issue that there's 20,000 migrants in this small town. They've kind of come out and admitted that they were just making up something to get attention. But MAGA is already on the hook because they immediately tried to defend him. So you got MAGA sticking with a story that even Trump and J.D. Vance is not sticking with because they're on the hook for it already. He means what he says Arletha. I would be more willing to go with that. X-CAC, you said play the Bloodbath clip. I'll see if I can find it, but I'm 100% certain when he was talking about the Bloodbath, he was saying how awful the auto industry would be if the country was ran by Democrats, and he said it's going to be a bloodbath. He wasn't mentioning nothing about violence at all when he said it. And like I said, I do believe it was taken completely out of context. Now, on the other hand, vermin and poison in the blood of this nation was not taken out of context. In that case, I think that it's more of a legitimate claim. 4 seconds.
And the head of the United Auto Workers never probably shook hands with a Republican before. They're destroying. You know, Mexico has...
Real quick, we're only 8 seconds in the video, and he's already talking about the head of the auto workers. So he's talking about the auto industry.
Head of the United Auto Workers never probably shook hands with a Republican before. They're destroying. You know, Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it. Went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the...
Somebody tell me that he was talking about violence at all. There's no violence in that at all. I mean, that's over 60 seconds of straight talk about the auto industry. Yeah, he was taken out of context on that. But I'll play a couple more seconds of it. I don't want to play, it's a 3-minute clip. I'll play a little bit more just so you understand. He stays in context. He's not talking about violence at all.
To be a bloodbath for the whole, That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing plants. He's the biggest in the world. I mean, honestly, I joke about it. He can't walk across the street, and that way he's like Biden. But for building a plant, he can do the greatest plants in the world, right? That's all he cares about. I said, I'd like to see one of your plants recently. I said, I'd like to see, where can we go? Well, we have to travel to Mexico. I said, why Mexico? He said, because that's where the big plants are building. China.
Okay, I think there's more than enough there to prove that he wasn't talking about any kind of violence. And I seen in the comments, Mojo88 based in Bourbon says, is that okay with you? Yeah, it is. I mean, how many of us have said, you know, like for instance, last week, the Detroit Lions beat the Dallas Cowboys by a lot. In fact, some might say the Detroit Lions killed the Cowboys. That's not violence. We all talk like that. This is one where I will defend Trump. That comment was taken out of context. Like I said, he's clearly talking about the auto industry. He's not talking anything about violence or blood or anything like that. He's just simply saying, you know, he could have said that if Kamala Harris is elected, she'll kill the auto industry. I guess people would have said he's talking about murdering. It's taken out of context. And the thing I will say about this, Trump says enough wild shit that is taken in context. You don't need to make things up. He says enough wild things. This one is not. This is not one of them. Stop talking about the Cowboys, Mr. MC. Well, hopefully, already playing this week is not a bye week for him, is it? That would be, you don't want a bye week after that loss. My Bears are on a bye week. They won in London last week. Somebody said that's an understatement. Yeah, the Cowboys got murdered. See, I'm doing it. They got murdered last week. Does that mean I'm talking about violence? No, they lost the game by a lot. I don't think so. But look how he did with the Capitol, and he threw it ahead of that read between. Like I said, who said that? Frippy7 something. Like I said, there's enough awful comments coming from Trump that you don't need to search for one. I think the vermin comment, cats and dogs. I mean, you don't need this one. You don't need this one that bad. You don't, because when you take this one, it hurts your credibility. Because even somebody like myself, I'm pointing and saying, you're crazy to say. This one is not that bad. He used the term bloodbath. He wasn't talking about anybody getting hurt. I just don't see it. And I played enough of the clip for you to be able to see that. Trump was talking about the auto industry. Yeah, he's clearly talking about the auto industry. He's talking about the auto industry for quite a while before he gets to the bloodbath comment. And then he continues talking about it after. It's not even close. I mean, yeah, that one they really took out of context. But like I said, like Denkow, the poison in the blood of this country, the vermin comment, stuff like that, those are legitimate comments to make. Those to me, now the rapists and they're not sending us their best and brightest, they're sending us their rapists and murderers. Like everybody's coming across the country to just do that. Them, to me, are much better angles to criticize Trump on. But this one here, I think, is a bad one. Looking at the comments, so many stores are downsizing because of inflation. CVS, Walgreens, Dollar Store. Yeah, I don't know I think, and I took notes earlier. Is Trump going to get all that stuff under control? I don't feel confident that in only 4 years in office, because remember, when he was in office the first time, we couldn't get anything done because the liberals were coming at him. You don't think that's going to happen again? Trump has more enemies now than he did in 2016. Because in 2016, his enemies consisted of people that were angry because of what he was saying. Now it's a lot of people that are angry because of what he's done. Certainly with Roe v. Wade, and you're talking about prosecuting the head of the FBI and Dr. Fauci and all. So if you don't think they gave him a chance from day one in 2016, it's going to be worse in 2020. But he's talking about getting the economy back down on track, talking about preventing World War III, talking about lowering crime, as you've seen in the video about giving police immunity. Obviously, the largest deportation in U.S. history. Still talking about draining the swamp and giving police immunity. I don't think one president can do all that in 4 years. Point is, I think he's making some promises that are just I think we should know ahead of time some of this stuff is not going to happen. By the way, how can a president lower inner city crime? If you want to suggest that you don't have to worry about him giving police immunity because the president can't do that, then how is he going to lower inner city crime? What can he do to do that? Crime rates high in Detroit. What is the president going to do to lower crime in Detroit? So I do believe some of the things he's promising are empty promises. Same thing about ending these wars. If you're talking about focusing on America first and not sending money overseas and getting involved in overseas, then why the hell would they listen to you and end the war? If Trump gets in office and he ends the Ukrainian-Russia war in 24 hours like he's promising, or he ends the Israeli-Gaza war in 24 hours or something like that like he's promising, first question is obvious. What did you do for them? What did you give them? Because you said you're not going to get involved. You're not going to give any. Why would they stop then? Why would they listen to you if you're not going to get involved? You're not going to give anybody weapons. You're going to focus on America first. Well, you can't focus on America first if you're ending wars. That means you're focusing on them. So as I said, some of the stuff he's saying doesn't make sense. You can't be America first and only focusing on Americans, but then you're going to end wars overseas. You can only end it if you're involved in it. In the negotiation process, maybe in the trades, you're involved in something. That goes against what he's promising. So that doesn't even make sense. Some of the stuff he's promising is actually coinciding with each other. Looking in the comments, though, as much as I dislike Trump, he was clearly discussing. Yeah, I'm not arguing with that. The whole bloodbath thing. He'll end the war, I guess you're trying to say, because he'll deny NATO. Okay, he'll end the war because he'll deny NATO for Ukraine and put everything back the way it used to be. That doesn't necessarily mean the war is going to end. If he starts, well, you said he'll deny NATO for. The Ukraine is not scheduled to be a part of NATO. I don't think that's even going to happen under the liberals. It certainly isn't going to happen under Biden's 4 years. So you're saying that it'll end the war because Trump would deny allowing the Ukraine to enter NATO. Keep in mind, for all of the good, the alleged perceived good of Trump, going to last while he's in office. People brag about how North Korea didn't act a fool when he was president. Well, yeah, but he didn't get anything in writing from North Korea, so they're doing it now. Well, when you say that he'll stop the Ukraine from joining NATO, yeah, for 4 years maybe, he's not getting any signed agreements on any of this stuff. That's why the minute he left, folks on the right is complaining the country fell apart because he didn't get anything in writing. Nothing. He didn't get anything locked in. In fact, he broke things that were locked in, like the Obama-Iran deal. He broke that and replaced it with nothing. Okay, you think it's a bad deal. Okay, then fix it and put something else in there. That's why folks were afraid of him promising to repeal and replace Obamacare, because the belief is that he was going to repeal it and leave it with nothing. Just take your health care away. Like what he did in this case. He replaced it, said it was a bad deal that Obama made with Iran. Okay, so he got out the deal, but he replaced it with nothing. So our diplomatic relationship with Iran is worse than it was before he took office. And I would also suggest that our credibility on the world stage is worse too, because folks always say, well, if you get Kamala Harris in there, or when Biden was in there, we're a laughing stock of the planet. Everybody's laughing at us. No, I would tell you this. Your word is your bond. If someone signs a deal, let's say, for instance, you go out and you buy a new car, and you know damn well you're getting a really good deal on this vehicle. Okay, the dealership has, the wife is in there, and the husband's on vacation or something, and the wife is the one that sells the car to you. You know this car is being sold to you for several $1,000s less than what it's worth. But she signs a contract and lets you drive off with the car. 2 days later, a tow truck is in your driveway. It's the husband My wife made a bad deal with you and I want this car back. How would you feel about that? Would you ever do business with that outfit again? Point I'm making is that is what Trump did for America. Even if the wife made a bad deal, she signed on the dotted line. That's representative of your business. Your word is your bond. We signed on the dotted line with Iran to make this deal. Okay, so Trump comes along, it's a bad deal, I'm just going to terminate it. Here's the problem. Just like with the car dealership, would you make a deal with them knowing that in the future, maybe you make a deal with the husband, the wife shows up and says it's a bad deal and takes the car back. Same thing with the Iran deal. Why would you make a deal with the United States knowing that the next president may just come in there and tear it up? In other words, the deal is only as good as the guy that's in office. Even if it is a bad deal, that should not be allowed. What Trump did is essentially made the word of the U.S. useless. Why would you make a deal? I know that you've shown me, sir, that if I make a deal with you and the next guy don't like it, he may just tear it up like you did. This deal is only good as long as you're in power. You only have 4 more years left. I think what he did was awful in terms of that. Yeah, okay, you got us out of a deal you think is bad. But how much long-term damage have you done showing the world that a president can get in there and just say the last deal we made with you, we don't want to, it's null and void, we're not going to honor it anymore. He shouldn't have been allowed to do that. And the right was going apeshit. Yay, this was a good thing. Get out of the bad deal. Yay. I think there will be a price to pay for that down the line. I think that was really bad. Like I said, at the end of the day, your word is your bond, and we showed that we're quite willing to break our word. You know, let's say, for instance, Trump gets in there and he wants to end the Ukraine, not the Ukraine-Russian war, but what about the one in the Middle East? Now, he claims he could end that war in the Middle East. Why would anybody in the Middle East trust him after seeing what he did to Iran? Not to mention, most of those countries that Israel is fighting are favorable to Iran. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they're all favorable to Iran. Why would they make any deal to end that war with Trump? He's shown that this guy doesn't keep deals. He breaks them. Not a fan of it. So just want to point that out for you folks who favor him breaking that deal. Just threw our credibility out the window to do so. Yes, thank God you are on. I needed something to put me to sleep, says Ghost Rider. Well, unfortunately, you came at the tail end of the show. I do want to thank you guys that did eventually get me up to 71,000 likes. Somebody got really kind in tapping the screen. So I do want to express appreciation for that. Certainly on YouTube, you guys certainly showed your boys some love as well. Follow the program, subscribe to the show on YouTube. We will be here indeed until election day and beyond, but certainly until election day, because we're generally here Monday through Friday, but right now it looks like we're going to be rolling with the show all the way to the end. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop it here. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'm out.